City. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
My friends, how are we doing? What a great evening to be talking about the Chicago Bears, isn't it? What a wonderful game that was on Monday. This was the second week in a row where the Bears have lost. At times, their defense looking completely lost, and yet we are as upbeat as I've been in a while. I don't know if you meant it. I don't know if you literally meant this, MJ, but the idea of somebody going back to the old streams we were doing in 2019 and 2020 and watching those to almost level set emotionally is hilarious because it's been a different era, I guess. It's been a different 2 weeks, right? But so I can't wait to dive on into the film with y'all. What's going on, Khalid? What's going on, Sean? How you doing, Lorenzo? Hey, how you doing, Haesung? Kyle, wait a minute. Which one? The one that you just sent me? Did you DM it to me? But let me see. Did you tag me in it? Which one? Is it let me see. Oh, yeah, no, that's ridiculous. Anyways, let's really get to the jam of this. But so let's see. We can watch the stream after we hit 5-1 in 2021. Oh man, that was hilarious. Monday we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, no, he's just going off. Soldier Fields, Justin Fields, those are hilarious. Sad streams not being the norm is really great. Drex, how much do we spend on the DPI calls? Not much. I mean, not really in the wide world of things. So no worries. Kyle, don't worry about it at all. So this is the election stream, right? By the way, if in case the joke doesn't go over, let's put that aside. I thought about posting that as a pinned comment, and then it made me realize that if I pin the comment, it's going to bring too much attention to it for the entire rest of the night. I really don't want to talk about the election, just because we've got enough fields to talk about. And speaking of, okay, let's just go ahead and get something out of the way, because I think it was really evident across Fields' tape before we jump on in and before I show you some of it. What's really interesting about this game in particular is that while Justin Fields showed all of the himothiness and all of the he's the guy-ness and all of the it in this game, I actually think as far as a throwing performance goes, this game left a lot of meat on the bone. I mean, I'm not about to look any of you guys in the eye and say that I think Fields played badly. That's just not fair. What I will tell you is that I think Luke Getsy's passing scheme against Luke Getsy's passing scheme against man coverage. I think Justin's ability to process what he's seeing downfield and how he's dissecting different coverages, the receiver's ability to separate against man. There are a lot of pieces of this offense that are still major work in progresses, like WIP. That's what we used to call it back in the world of consulting. So it's not as if going through this game is reviewing a quarterback that's all the way there. But I think you guys would agree. Fields is playing fast, literally looks like the most talented player on the field between the offense and the defense whenever he's on it. He was the only reason the offense was able to move the ball, and it's hard to end up with 4 touchdowns on the day, no turnovers, even if you want to go really hard and staple the one turnover that got eliminated by offsetting penalties to him. There are a lot of this was a very, very strong game from a young quarterback that doesn't have a ton around him, even with Chase Claypool. While Chase Claypool was great, this was not a good day for the offensive line, but all the same, it was a game in which Fields marched down the field, it's a game where Fields effectively generated offense from not necessarily nothing, but not much either. And so when across the league, you can turn on, okay, so Patrick Mahomes isn't the perfect example, but let's use Josh Allen. Josh Allen gets Stephon Diggs wide open eventually, and Justin Fields isn't really getting any of that. Obviously, that's going to sound to somebody's ear like it's just a bunch of excuses, right? But I do tend to think that there's a lot of I tend to think that there's going to be better passing improvement, not only as Fields gets more comfortable, but also as, the offensive personnel just generally gets better. Am I worried, Heesong, that he's always scrambling? Not really. I can go ahead and get that out of the way. Let's do very early questions, right? Am I worried that Fields is scrambling? No. They played a heavy man team. Fields scrambled a lot. He looks like, a friend of mine, Brandon Robinson, described him as Jesus with the football when he's running on scrambles. And, he really does look like the best player on the field. It's hard to set a QB rushing record on accident, and Fields certainly, I don't know if he intended to do it. It's not like I think he sought the record out, but all the same, he was able to generate yardage. You got to remember that he was passing for 4.8 yards per pass. He ran for 12 yards per run. So it's wild to see not only the scrambling, but also the QB runs that he's effectively calling his own number on at times be so successful, if only because, like somebody mentioned in the comments, he's not taking a ton of hits. And so I am curious to see what happens as Fields progresses in his short passing game, the 0 to 10 yard range. I think that the 10 to 20 yard range is solid for him, and the deeper passes are pretty solid too. Albright's comment about him being poor in the intermediate areas is a little ridiculous. I do think that the passing concepts that they're using are pretty rudimentary. I don't know if that's a Fields thing, a Getsy thing, or a little bit of both. I also think that the offensive line still isn't good. And I really can't emphasize that enough, that let's dive into the game. I've kept you guys at the front piece of this long enough, but the offensive line did not play super well. You'll see that a lot. And so Fields is still having to learn under fire, and I do think that that's part of why he's scrambling so often. Heesong, you mentioned a running quarterback not being good for the long term. Believe it or not. Okay, so I'll say this before we start, okay? The NFL potentially, I don't want to go too hard homer, right? But what Justin Fields presents opportunity-wise for the NFL is a quarterback that we just haven't really seen yet. He's got a huge arm. He can make just about any throw in the playbook, if not every throw in the playbook. He needs to develop consistency, sure, but what we can get is there. And sure, Jay Sanders, I hear what you mean about RG3, and Drex, I hear what you mean about Andrew Luck. And if he was still getting lit up like he was, I'd agree with you. But you got to remember, Deshaun Watson's first season, holy smokes, Deshaun Watson just got wrecked. Yes, he got hurt, but watch what happened to Deshaun and Lamar Jackson in the early stages of their career. They got hit like crazy. And like you're saying, WFM, Luck and RG3 used to generate contact or lean their shoulder down, but Josh Allen, for instance, throws the truck stick around all the time. I do think that Justin Fields is more in the mold of that Michael Vick kind of player that's just too fast. Kyler Murray, for instance, running quarterback, doesn't take a ton of hits, and I won't be surprised if Fields sticks to that path as he gets more and more comfortable. Because yes, Ryan McCarron, you mentioned Cam Newton, but Cam was punishing, right? On the other hand, you've got Fields, who's not really looking to lower the shoulder against anybody. And I think that's really key when you talk about quarterback shelf life. Let's remember, okay, so I'm just going to hit play so that we can get to the first play of the game, just so that I can show a formation. As we're on the D, we need to be on the offense. That's what we came here for. That's what butters the bread around here. And that's frankly, we'll get to the Bears defense. The Bears defense is kind of sad, but that's okay. So when you look at defenses, obviously this isn't what Miami's doing, right? But as defenses across the NFL shift to a lot more too high setups, I do think that means that you've got a ton of running room for your quarterback if you can force them to what they call defending all 11, right? Normal offenses really only utilize the 10 players that aren't the quarterback, and then the quarterback throws them the ball, right? So if you run a running play against too high at any stage, right? So you've got two safeties back here. That puts 9 guys in what we would call the hard deck, so the first 10 yards of the field, with 11 on offense. Obviously, you've got a major rushing advantage depending on where you go, right? And so I think that's really core. The running quarterback, as much as I know it looks like a gimmick, I'm going to say something ridiculous. I kind of think it's the way of the future. As teams are shifting towards too high, as they're trying to stop the pass more, I think it's only natural that teams would run the ball more. And when you can run the ball with your quarterback, that effectively doubles, if not triples, the amount of run action you can do. And when you do all that run action, I do think that it tends to open up a lot of things, not just for your backs, not just for your wide receivers, but for crying out loud, when you're getting Cole Kmet 10 yards in the running game on a jet sweep, like your running game is popping off. Akusai, you mentioned 1940s football in style again. Like, not literally. I mean, we're not going wing T, right? We're not quite going all the way back to the T formation and other things like that. But I will point out that, in my opinion at least, mobility, like what Fields has, is what's going to stretch defenses. Like, it's going to force defenses to commit more guys to, again, go out of too high and trap back down. And once they do that, which this is where Justin Fields is really going to define himself, right, is once defenses start doing exactly what Miami did all game and committing more guys into the box. I mean, literally, look at this. This is a very standard, Dolphins defense, the way that, and sorry about my cats. Thank you, Ron. But so the entire Dolphins defense, not only do they have 5 down on the line of scrimmage, they also have 2 guys within the box and 3 more guys within 5 yards. Whoa. That is a clear anti-run defense, and that's what what they're trying to do. So let's see here. What's the cons for defenses assigning quarterback spy? Fields of Dreams, I would assume it's obvious, but the gist is when this guy has to just stand here and guard Justin Fields running, he isn't in coverage. And so whenever that theoretically means that if you can get more guys into the passing game, there's more that you can do to try to victimize the fact that there isn't somebody there. Fields of Dreams, you should be able to hear audio if you're talking to me. But anyways, let's see. Yeah, exactly, Ken, right? So somebody mentioned, hey, Jordan, how you doing? Miami was really worried about the run defense. Let's see. It's the way of the future until your quarterback gets folded into the lawn chair. I agree with you, Jay Sanders. I tend to think, just so that we're all on the same page, it's really more about modern quarterbacks understanding that you got to run more like Kyler Murray than you do Cam Newton. You can't be lower in the shoulder. You can't be like sacrificing your body for the occasional first down. You got to get down. You got to get out of bounds. Fields did a really good job of this today, where I would say he took maybe 5 like really strong hits per se, max, and that's including like a sack, for instance. Because even John, on his power runs, we'll talk about this, but I think Fields was able to control contact. Okay, so maybe we haven't all played sports, right? But I played the contact sport of lacrosse in high school. I didn't play football. I'm 5'5", so as much as that would have been great, I would have been folded into a lawn chair. But so the big name of the game when it comes to staying healthy in any contact sport is whether you're initiating, whether you're taking on contact, it's making sure you don't take it on flush, get chipped, like control the contact to be sure that you're not the one getting buried, that you're basically being guided to the ground one way or another. Ryan, how can you? Yes, you knew, didn't you? And a passer at that. Which, speaking of passer, I got an off-season fun toy, so hopefully I'll be able to snag NFL Pro era, and you guys can watch me play some really poor quarterback. But I haven't gotten it yet. Just wanted to talk about that because that was my wife's surprise birthday present to me, and it's sweet. But so anyways, going into this, it's like what we got today, truly, in case you weren't here at the top of the stream, because nobody ever is. Love you guys. It's not a timing thing. It's more like within, what you call? Oh, yeah. Within the stream, I think it's so funny how we heat up to 115 somewhere around 15 minutes in, but right at the start, we're at 40 minutes, or we're at about 40. Fields played awesome. I think that there were a lot of things. Mostly this was like a debut of Fields' talent. Can we all agree with that? Like, Fields looked like the best player on the field. Fields looked like he's still got a little bit of a way to go, and that's okay. And so, And so it's going to be fun to watch him progress. But these were the games that we were looking for when we watched the Texans game. These were the games that we looked back at or what we were looking for, saying, come on, Fields, like, you can do more than this, right? And on this game, the receivers didn't give him much. The running backs gave him, honestly, I would argue that the running backs mostly wasted downs. Like, not trying to be too hard on Montgomery and Herbert. It was really the offensive line that wasn't able to crack open, right, any holes in particular. But that meant that it was kind of all on Fields to score anything, and Fields delivered. I mean, you can't fake 4 touchdowns. I know that sounds so silly. I mean, what anybody would point back, they'd be like, well, remember that one game where Mitch scored 6 touchdowns? Yeah, I get it, but this isn't the Buccaneers defense, who at the time everybody was making fun of for being awful. This is a veritably average defense, if not a very good front four. Let's dive into the film. Enough of the talking. Let's do this thing. Are we going to get, by the way, a huge passing game against the Lions? I don't really know. I don't. As much as I'd love to, the Bears receivers need to give us a little bit more, and maybe most importantly, okay, so just to give you oh gosh, were the Dolphins really that bad? I thought they were 16th, like, at least from what I was seeing, but I may have been looking off of like PFF grades and the charts that they do there. DVOA is something look, because I don't hate DVOA. I've just noticed that DVOA can be so volatile that I tend to think it's like really fancy box score counting. But I know that there are a lot of people that don't like PFF grades as much as I probably do. I know a lot of the people within PFF, so I feel whatchamacallit, like I feel kind of partial to them because I know their names, but I get that there are plenty of people that see a 59.1 passing grade attached to Justin Fields and go, I hate that. Screw these people. But anyways, talking about routes and man beaters real fast. Like, let's talk conceptually before we watch the game, right? I know, a lot of lead in. Really roll with me on this, right? The Bears are doing a ton of the Bears are doing. We can make this a little bigger. The Bears are doing a ton of anti-zone stuff. We got overs all over the place. We've got the occasional in, but it's mostly like you've got a middle of the field curl. You have a lot of clearing out posts for whether it's a curl or an out or an in, all sorts of things, right? But so what I am at the very least seeing is that the Bears have this opportunity going forward to take Darnell Mooney, who's a very good I think he's a very good man beater when he wants to be, but you got to give him things like the old Patriots snag route right here. Another one that I would love to see the Bears do, and any Bears fan who's been a Bears fan since 2018 is going to remember this because a certain guy who wore the number of 29 used to run these to absolutely deadly efficiency. These are option routes where whether it's the running back, whether it's a receiver, Allen Robinson used a ton of option routes. The whole Nagy offense was basically a bunch of option routes. Those are great man beaters because you're not running one designated thing. The receiver gets to make a choice based on the leverage that they're presented, and effectively you can create an always wrong scenario. So Getsy isn't really doing that. We'll see that there is a lot of things where it's like, okay, we're doing we're doing this. We've got somebody coming across, and unless this guy is just, and obviously that's Braxton Jones, I get that, but we're gonna pretend he's a tight end. Unless this guy is blazing fast, he's not gonna get open. We're gonna try to throw on this, but it's gonna take our guy it's gonna take him about 3 seconds to get out to the spot and then jump on over. And I agree with you, Josh. DVOA gets a lot more stable later, but early in the season, it's just kind of all over the place. And new poster, I actually think it's funny, like first of all, yes, I agree with you about disaggregation, but kind of like somebody said earlier, if you are going to attach a number to somebody, you want more analysis than just a raw number. I actually think it's more of a framing problem than it is their analysis. If they, for instance, wrote a little report and gave them like a letter grade, that'd be one thing, because I think a lot of people are accustomed to that. But when you go, he played below average or below replacement level, people go, what? Fields scored 4 touchdowns, 3 of them passing touchdowns. You're just an idiot. And I get it. Opaque creates frustration, right? But so, yeah, no kidding. I felt the same way. But so let's get into it, starting with the first play of the game. So, Bears kick things off right here with just a super easy quick out versus cover three. It's like a quick curl route, very, very general, right? I would love to pretend that this is super hard, but there are a lot of things that you'll see. If John wanted to do the plus minus system, we would almost have to separate it between running and passing because goodness gracious, his running performance is amazing. But against cover three like this, I mean, the Dolphins are playing very clear and obvious cover three off the snap. This is literally as easy as it gets. And Fields delivers a nice strike. Nobody's going to Canton for this. You can screw it up. Plenty of people do. But it's nice to see, I don't know, the Bears starting off with throwing the ball because the Finns loaded the box like crazy. You've got to be able as the Bears offense to pass your way through defenses that are going to try to take the run game away. So now let's look at the second pass of the game. This one's really weird. Because so everybody likes to look at the fact that Fields takes a look over the middle. It's another one of their classic two-man route concepts. Fields sees his man. He gets wide open. Fields throws it. Boom. Nice, easy completion on the body, on the break. Everything's in rhythm. This is very good, right? He starts to throw as he finally settles. Throw gets right on through. Targets the wide open man in the middle of his zone. This was like one of the only zone plays of the game. But I think the funniest part is, Akusai, don't you dare steal my thunder. Absolutely nobody seems to be talking about the fact that this play gets tipped at the line of scrimmage, and it is really bizarre. If anything, I'm just stunned that this tip didn't affect the spiral. It's like it corrected it. You want to talk about something hilarious. Look at this. Bing. I mean, that has to be tipped, right? But how did the spiral just tank through it? That's crazy to me. I assume it would have still been a completion because, this guy his leverage is going away, but the tip actually helps the throw. The tip makes the throw ever so slightly better and puts it even more in between of his own. This is weird. I remember seeing this during the live, and everybody was like, what a nice throw. This is really good. And it was like, wow. I'm pretty sure they got tipped, and I can't believe that it went right on through. But it's crazy. Noah, the decision's still net good. Truly. Because, no kidding, right, Ben? He's still open. He's the right read. They give him 2 reads on some of these. It's not like he made some kind of a mental mistake or that I can pretend that the throw is in the wrong spot. He's throwing to the right area. He clicked the right Madden button, so to speak. It's funny seeing the tip because it means we can't really evaluate the accuracy, right? Whatever. So then they're going to pull Claypool on over. Can we see that it's zone, right? So the Bears do a lot of motion, especially here within this game, but the Bears run a lot of motion anyways. So Fields is going to see zone. Once he sees zone, he's thinking, okay, we got 1, we got 2, and we're about to pull Claypool back over. Reinhardt, how you doing? So Fields on an RSO, not an RPO, but a run screen option, is going to pick Chase Claypool, and I don't think it's a bad decision. Run, bear down, absolutely. Get your new guy the ball, try to get him involved. If you can make a block, Equanimeous St. Brown, this play might be able to do a little better than it did. By a little, I mean quite a bit. But instead, this corner blows the play up. I actually was looking at this. And again, I don't want to abuse the power of the clicker. But so this corner, if we watch him, because I just realized it's not going to actually do anything. This corner takes an outside angle and then breaks it back inside. If ESB somehow washes him down, right? Let's see, stopped utilizing him in plays like that. That's super interesting. But if ESB is able to wash him down and Claypool gets on the outside, he literally might score. I mean, probably the safety pushes him out of bounds. Let's not go full Orlovsky. We used to joke about that all the time. But there is a lot of space over here if Claypool gets outside. ESB can't really do anything. It's a good play by the defender. At the end of the day, jerseys reversed, I would say good play by the defender because the defender sets up his blocker, breaks late, and makes a play on it. But it's not a bad play on first down. I mean, it's effectively like a kick-out run, which I'm always a fan of. I love stuff like this. Not only is it free completions for your quarterback, but it's like it gets your receivers a little bit involved. It stretches the edges. I love the simplicity of this one-step quick passing game that you'll see. From a footwork perspective, it's as simple as snap, step, throw. Again, not a plus, not a minus, very medium, basic play. But there's a lot of double hops that you'll see Fields do. Doesn't do it here. Ball hits the mark. DB tackles straight through his guy. And we move on to the next one. So let's see. Pringles should be back soon. I'm not 100% certain that Pringle's not already healthy. I mean, I just don't know, right? But at this point, they may be rolling with the guys that they're just comfortable with right now. So now we're going to see our first run of the game. And on these runs, I want you to watch this defensive line because, man, oh man, Christian Wilkins and the rest of this Dolphins defensive line does such a good job. J2K, of course, not a podcast, if only because I could cut all the video, but what would be the point, right? This is now back-to-back weeks where the Bears have gone up against really good defensive lines, and they are really good. I mean, watch just how many blockers they're able to soak. Check out Christian Wilkins immediately beating Tevin Jenkins. I mean, I think this run, just based on the fact that everybody's working this way, is actually, supposed to wind back in this direction. Not 100% certain. It may be that they're just trying to misdirect the block and have Montgomery go here while everybody attacks this way. But, I mean, it's not like rough start. We don't need to make everything super dramatic, but you can already tell that this defensive line is going to be a handful as 92, 98 both set really strong anchors. They put Montgomery, Kmet does a good job washing 15 down just enough that it puts Montgomery one-on-one versus a corner. And let's be honest, guys. That's a matchup you want. Montgomery is super fun to watch when he's able to ISO guys up. Let's play it in real time so you can see it. Like, wiggle, wiggle, bang. It never ceases to stun me how many moves Montgomery can throw. Like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 to get inside. And then in real time, it's just wiggle into a freeze and breaks a tackle. But, yeah, all the same, sets the Bears up on 3rd and 2. And Fields was money on 3rd down all day long. Like, Fields just created first downs. Yes, this one's really easy, if memory serves. But, let me see, because I got to remember what this is. No, this is probably, one of the more difficult ones. But, we take these. It's such a weird passing concept, if you ask me. Because ESB's running, a hook. I think Fields of Dreams, Jenkins had the 3rd best guard season in the NFL. So I don't know if it was related to this game. Mooney's running a deep fade. Kmet looks like he's running a shallow post. You got your check down over here. I don't really know what he's doing. And then we've got to go. For a 3rd and 2 play, awfully interesting. If you ask me. I mean, truly nothing easy. If I'm actually kind of surprised. This to me seems like kind of making it hard on yourself. But all the same, we can always appreciate Chase Claypool, whether he's up against a special teamer or not, baking his guy on the outside. If anything, I'm surprised Chase didn't get a little further down the field. But that's a question of chemistry. I mean, it looks to me, specifically speaking, like Chase beats his guy, he's gone, even leaving, didn't take him 5 yards, right? And that he immediately looks back because he's expecting the ball to have come out already for it to land over here and require a semi-acrobatic, not major, but a semi-acrobatic catch along the sidelines. I think Fields, on the other hand, wants him to burn it downfield so that he could try to score a touchdown. They just seem like they have different ideas because then Fields puts the ball up. The ball placement is really nice. I tend to think that if he hadn't gotten held, it would have popped him right in the hands. But like you're saying, Ben, I mean, not only is he used to Pickett throwing back shoulder, he's accustomed to Mitch and Ben Roethlisberger, none of which have like particularly long arms. So I do think, Drex, that there's an element of he doesn't realize that he's able, like he's got the green light to just go. And Kyle, that's a great point. Maybe he did have the green light to go for it on 4th down, but all the same, it's a nice throw. It's under more pressure than you'd want, right? And so I think it's really funny just watching the way that the offensive line performed, because like, look at this. Bradley Chubb is going to beat him pretty much immediately. The Dolphins are going to run a stunt. Let's go ahead and just freeze the frame at the throw point, right? We've got one that's about to hit him, another that's coming on through, another guy getting backed up into his face. This is definitely a hostile situation for a quarterback, to say the least. I mean, it's not clean, especially when you compare what Fields had to deal with to what Tua had to deal with, which I do think makes the throw a little bit more impressive, but maybe most importantly, highlights that while Luke Getsy is making this offense look functional, or like not offense specifically, but while Luke Getsy is using every play action concept in the book to make this offensive line look really solid, they are ultimately under-talented. And when they play defensive linemen, or like Kyle says, everybody wants Fields to throw for 300 yards, but he rarely has a clean pocket. Yeah, I agree. Like, Grant, you say from that NT, like from the nose tackle. But so it's anyway, just let me know what you're talking about. So the main thing that I know I'm seeing is that when it comes to Fields in the drop back passing game, if we want Fields to have more success with the concepts that they're calling for him, which like we'll get to some of them, the Bears are going to need a better offensive line if they're going to pass for a bazillion yards. Like a lot of what Getsy wants to call is very long developing plays, and the Bears just don't have the line to do it. You will see a lot of times we will freeze frame today, and we will show when the receiver's breaking. We will show that Fields has already dealt with legitimate pressure. And so it's a problem the Bears have to solve. Because right now, on a lot of, not standard, but longer passing downs, 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 10s, 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 5s, so they want to try to get a chunk. Right now, I'm not seeing Fields have the pocket to even play with one hitch. J2K, we got 2. Which one are you looking at? Are you looking at the orange one or the gray one? Because that's Cosmo, the gray one, and Colby, the orange one. Grant mentions the NT twist on Musty and Jenkins. Yeah. Like, twists and stunts smoked the Bears pretty much all day long. But so, anyways, let's keep moving. So, next play. Did we notice the setup? By the way, this run doesn't go very far, right? But look at the simplicity of Luke Getsy setting something up for later in the game as Cole Kmet is going to dart across the formation, right? So Cole Kmet comes across at the snap. This obviously is a cue for later in the game, like mixing your tight end motion in so that you can try to run a tight end sweep on this defense and not have them think that this motion is holistically unique, right? You catch a couple of defenders, namely this one, drifting further across the formation, even though the run is supposed to hit this way. But boy, oh boy, does Jenkins get beat. I love me some Tevin Jenkins, but Christian Wilkins ate his Wheaties today. I mean, do you guys remember the way that we talked about Dexter Lawrence, number 97, in the Giants game? This was wild. I mean, Wilkins does a great job right there. You can already see it. Is he doing hands to the face? I mean, it's tight. You really have to get your hand up in the guy's face, like up in the guy's face. You just about have to pop the helmet off. But Wilkins does a phenomenal job of controlling this gap right here. And so obviously Montgomery has to press the issue in this direction. Whitehair and Braxton at this point are just barely getting away with blocking this guy. I mean, the Dolphins defensive line did such a good job. I loved what Dallas's defensive line did. This was even more dominant as they were able to completely foul up. Look at 70. Look at all these guys. Look at all these guys. 94 has his lane. 77 has his lane. 92 has soaked 2 blockers and is still going to close a 3rd lane. Like, the Dolphins' defensive line, it wasn't as if the Bears weren't running the ball for lack of trying. It was because the defensive line alone did so much. And Joe, you mentioned if the offensive line played so badly, why 1 sack allowed? You will see as we keep going that the offensive line ought to send a nice rotisserie chicken to Justin Fields, because Fields just got out of the pocket consistently. He didn't allow pressure to be a problem. It's not to say that Andy Dalton or Nick Foles would have given up 10 sacks, right? Everybody always wants to be reductionist about that. It's more to say that I think Andy Dalton and Nick Foles would have just kicked the ball into the flat or something stale, and that a lot of this stuff wouldn't have worked anyways. So then we've got another one-on-one down the field. It's 3rd and 10. I don't mind this throw. If you're going to take a risk, do it on 3rd and long. You've got a one-on-one with Mooney. Sure, you want the throw to be a little bit tighter, but can I be blunt? I want to see Mooney separate more. Like, the Bears get to do this super fun thing where they get a receiver in press coverage that's as close to true mano a mano as you're going to get, and their receiver doesn't really win. Like, yes, he creates a teeny tiny little throwing bucket, but that really is a trash can, right? Like, that really is the equivalent of dropping the ball into just a trash can instead of creating space, so to speak. There are plenty of guys out there just pointing it out. There, obviously, it's incredible, like what Justin Jefferson can do. But yes, it's like you want to see against, like J2K just said, taking the words out of my mouth. You've got no safeties. This is called press cover 0. Right? Cover 0 because there are 0 safeties. Football can be easy sometimes. And so when you've got one-on-ones with, I mean, right now it's like Pettis, I think that is, and Mooney. The obvious answer is Mooney, and like you're saying, that's Xavier Howard, Drew, I think. And Xavier Howard is, of course, super tough to beat, but especially if the Bears are going to try to compete for the playoffs and going to try to do it with an air game, they're going to need a number 1 option regardless of the position he plays. I will be the first one to tell you that I don't care if it's a tight end. Like, that's not me trying to hate on number 85 Cole Kmet. It's more me trying to say that getting a number 1 wide receiver right now is hard. It's especially hard to do in the 2nd round. I don't know if there's a really good path for the Bears to a number 1 wide receiver that's categorically better than Mooney or better than Claypool. I can't help but tease myself with the idea of trying to draft a tight end. Obviously pretty high risk. I don't know. But if you got yourself a U tight end to go with Cole Kmet, you could do a lot worse, like you're saying, J2K. And so if you got a tight end that was, again, I'm not trying to pin Kelsey on the guy, but if you got like a tight end that was a true mismatch in that vein, you got your Mark Andrews, you got your George Kittle, you got your Travis Kelsey. I tend to think that the wide receivers the Bears have would benefit a ton from that move, but hey, that's just me critiquing one play literally to death, because separation from Chicago receivers against these man coverages, not great. Like, we've got Pettis, who gets pressed at the line immediately. We've got Equanimeous St. Brown, who's dusted downfield. Everybody else does a pretty good job in pass pro of creating a throw downfield. Don't get me wrong. But sure, could I critique a throw? If you guys really want me to, sure, I can critique a 30-yard frozen rope through the air. Or I think it's technically 20 yards downfield. If you wanted to get all geometrical, I think it's about 35 yards. Who cares? But this is 3rd and 9 play, looking like 3rd and 9, if you ask me. And, well, actually, it's 2nd down, all the same. But I do think that that's where... this is another area where an option route might come in handy, because kind of like Steve A says, if Mooney is able to option in, I can't help but wonder against cover 0 what that would have looked like. But let me shoot a text to somebody. I can't help but agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you, Ben, because Steven, you mentioned that that he always seems to miss these. It's a safe throw. This is, my guy's pretty locked up. Let me give him a ball that's definitely not an interception. But all the same, ball goes to 3rd and 10. Then the Bears run a pick play. Here's the snag route we mentioned. All right, so let's take a look at this. Let's really, really dive in the nitty-gritty. Because Fields doesn't like this. You make the call on whether he's right or not. It looks as if the Bears are running... Yeah, you bet. You bet, Field of Dreams. But so, it looks as if they've got Pettis running a snag, and then they've got Mooney picking for him with a slant. That's the combination we're working. We're trying to get Pettis open. Technically, he is open, but he's definitely not open for the first down, right? So I wonder if Fields runs out here trying to catch him in a draw and dump where he tries to get the defender to charge down onto him so that he can try to loft it over to Pettis, but defender doesn't take the bait. Fields picks up like 6 yards. The Bears kick. I'm not brokenhearted about this. If anything, the play call feels a little milquetoast. I mean, I'm all about the snag route, but if we're not going to compete for the sticks, then I'm not going to get mad at the quarterback for wanting something that actually tries to get the first down, right? I can't help but agree with you, Fields of Dreams, that Mooney might have been a better primary number 1, but you got to remember that you got to be able to shell game. Yeah, totally, Reinhardt. Catch you soon. But so, you have to be able to shell game your receivers a little bit, and you can't call everything for Mooney, or it's just that much more obvious. Now, I also tend to think that the Bears were anticipating cover, like a true cover 1, but I don't know. If I could be really honest with you, like, this looks kind of cover 3-ish. Cover 3 would be the dream. Fields... The pocket isn't bad. This is actually one of Fields' better pockets of the day, but it's not like this is open. Cole Kmet is not open. In theory, the openest thing you have is a check down to David Montgomery, and unless he works actual magic, he's not getting the first down either. There's just not much to this one. Like, when I talk about the Bears struggling against man, this is actually a better example than I would have realized because the Bears get the coverage that they theoretically want, but they don't get the coverage they don't get the result because the guys just aren't very good at man, or at least beating man. I think that there's an aspect of that's coaching, if I can be honest. Look, I know, I get it. I love Luke Getsy too. What they're doing in the run game, special, fun, right? But there's a piece of what the receivers are doing where I'm not seeing them release off the line just about ever. I mean, they just run their routes. They look like Madden players. Right, and I don't always know that that's a good thing, personally. Now that's just me. I can't help but agree with you, Sean. You bring up a good point. So, if there's one area that I really do feel like I struggle as an evaluator, I do think that when I talk about, or when I look at a receiver's route, there are points where I think I need to be harder on players because Pettis doesn't sell the in hard enough. Like, Pettis makes this route looks like he's just going to trail this way, run to a spot, and then curl back. It looks a little bit more loopy. Check you out later, James, or maybe just checking in late. How you doing? Instead of sending over here, faking an in, and then whipping back out, you've really got to get the corner to bite on the in. And frankly, it kind of looks like the corner bites a little, like just a little, but not enough. But, yeah, can't help but think the same thing, Grant, where with that kind of leverage, a slant would have just been killer. Like he would have been wide open. I don't know what's going on. I actually do wonder on a play like that why it is that the Bears didn't run a slant. Like maybe they were nervous about the linebackers, but the linebackers got drawn away by man coverage, so it would have been there. But whatever. I think the Bears receivers need work. Like, yes, I could yell, they gotta upgrade. The Bears receivers, I don't know where the upgrade comes from, right? Do you? Like, maybe we're going to get a drafted receiver, but I just really doubt that the Bears traded a second-round pick for Chase Claypool and will also use a first-round pick on a receiver. So, I don't know. And so, if this is the receiver room the Bears have, we need the receivers to play better, which I think they can do. I also think that, like, that's just as much a wide receiver technique issue as anything else. We'll just have to see. But so... Thank you guys for being patient. Work was just calling me, basically. Got to let them know. But so, next up, second series. The Bears... The Bears are going to run like a solid power run to the right. There's nothing crazy about it. It just gets blown up by 15, manhandling Jenkins. Which, hey, again, these guys are playing, right? Like, it's not as if it's Jenkins's, I think he may come in here. No, it's not Jenkins, it's Reef. Just kidding. It's Jenkins. So the Bears are trying to do like a twist up front. Kind of like G-Lead, but not exactly the same, right? Where they're going to have Reef down block 94. They're going to have Jenkins come over and block 15. So when they do, Jenkins just does not win the contact point, gets bounced. And because of that, I mean, it's a beautiful edge set, right? Like if you put, oh gosh, how did I already forget his number? If you put 52 in this jersey or like on this jersey, I mean, it looks like Khalil Mack. Like this guy is playing. I don't even know his name, if I could be really blunt, because like, I don't actually know the Dolphins roster super well. I can just tell you that he was all over the tape. The 15, like Bradley Chubb looked really good. Christian Wilkins, 94 looked really good. 92 looked really good. This whole defensive line just played really great ball. And so then the Bears on 2nd and 10, they run the sweep. Totally works. Kari Blasingame, unsung hero. Like, I mean, this is awesome. The timing is rad. You take a look at this play. They run the same motion we talked about earlier, right? Boom. Gets the ball into Kmet's hands. And let's talk about Kari Blasingame, who blocks an edge rusher. Check this out. Lets him off inside, then gets out, blocks a second player. I mean, you want to talk about a role player that has just been really surprising in his role? Kari Blasingame isn't like a hero, but he's been really good. I mean, 2 blocks on that play pretty much sets Cole Kmet up so that Kmet doesn't actually have to beat anybody, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, good fullbacks really, really help. And so Blasingame does a great job with that. When did Kmet go down? But yeah, I do tend to think that he earned another contract. Like 35 has been awesome in the run game. They just have to make sure that they're using him in ways that don't feel like in ways that don't feel too obvious. And I think that they're doing a better job of that now. So Kmet doesn't get the spot, which I thought was ridiculous. I don't know about you guys. Like, this is not going to be your standard Bears stream where I just whine about the refs. But it looked to me like Kmet got the yardage, no problem, right? I mean, you say JP Holtz vibes, Harrison. I think better than JP Holtz. But so I thought that spot was crap. Instead, we get to see a weird play where the Bears get the timing wrong, but I'm glad it works. I mean, I actually prefer this. I think this is really interesting because as much as somebody might laugh at the tight end sneak, when the Bears line up in shotgun on 3rd and 1, look at what the linebackers do. They settle off, right? You get a linebacker that might be standing right here, another one right here, another one right here, because you have to defend against the sneak. You get them to back up just a couple steps, right? And so because of that, you pull Kmet over. Now they should snap it faster, right? Like, this to me needs to go right there. Like, you can see the defenders have reacted to it as soon as Kmet comes down for it. But for all I know, they were hesitating to make sure they were set. The last thing you could do is take a false start there, and it avoids a hit for Justin Fields. Love it. I'm with you, Corey, where I think that there's a percentage of what Getsy's doing that is like controlled creativity. I mean, it's a creative play without needing to be crazy. You know, you don't have to do anything wild or chaotic, but the Bears look like they're able to execute on some of these more creative looks that I also think have a purpose beyond just being weird. And that was something that was all over the Nagy tape, was just like almost being weird for the sake of. So then, 1st and 10, we've got a basic RPO. Fields puts the ball right on Chase Claypool. Claypool drops it. Had Claypool caught this thing, it's not a touchdown, but it's better. Like, we've got one-on-one with a safety coming in somewhere. You got to feel pretty good about this, right? Like, Kyle, I hear you when you talk about house call, but it's definitely 6 to 10 yards, or like 5 to 10 yards. And if this would, like, this one was not tipped. This one goes straight through. At least I think so. The only thing that you could say about this one, if you wanted to try to critique the throw, James, that is confidence. So one thing that you can follow if you want to get really, really wild with this is following Justin Fields on these shorter throws, throwing without the laces, right? Where you can tell right here that he's gripping the football normally. Or not normally. He's not holding onto the laces. You can literally see them in the picture, right? So the throw comes out, I guess, a little wobbly, but I also think you're an NFL receiver. Catch a ball. It shouldn't have to spiral on a short throw like this. It's not like it's coming that high velocity, but at the same time, I'm also with you, Akusai, that it's not super pretty. You still need to catch it though, and so it's a play that you want to see the Bears make. It's a play that you want to see Claypool come together with. But I, if anything, appreciate the fact that Fields is able to get the ball off on time. This was a real problem. Joe, the no laces thing is a thing quarterbacks do often in the quick game, because so think about it this way, right? When you catch the snap, right, you just don't have that much time to take it from here to here. And even Fields, like, he kind of tends to steady himself, right? Rodgers will take the snap and the ball will come out there. Like, same timing, right? The snap's super wobbly, 100%. Like, it's not a great snap. But, like, if I freeze framed it there, which is like 5, maybe 10, 15 milliseconds afterwards, Rodgers tends to already have his arm up. Fields knows this is a problem. You can tell based on the way he plays his game that he's trying to balance staying in rhythm, like his natural rhythm, and speeding up, because I think he knows he needs to play faster. He's just young. And, like, you play too fast and you make huge mistakes. You can't just speed it up for the sake of speeding it up, right? But so he fires it over. It's nice to see that he can throw without the laces at all. Jarrell, if he took that split second, you'd be shocked at how long that takes. Hey, Marshall, how you doing? But so how do you improve on those short throws, Phantom? It's as simple as practice, right? And then, James, did Mustapher do something wrong here? Yes. Well, he missed Christian Wilkins just a little bit. But so, Fields of Dreams, you say, why haven't we seen more Harry? There's an easy answer to that question. It's just not an answer I think anybody wants. There's a reason he is a former first-round draft pick, if you ask me. I'm not trying to tell you I think he sucks, right? I am trying to tell you that I don't think he's amazing at the very least. And I do think that him not adjusting that route was pretty surprising when you see it on the All-22, because I don't know why on 3rd and 14 he felt like he needed to do what he did. Whatever. So here's another nice quick out. Fields gets the ball out. Claypool's able to take it run with it, breaks the tackle, 10 plus yards. Let's take a look at the play, right? So first of all, I think he throws this without the laces. I really tried to look for a view that told me, oh no, laces are there, aren't they? Gosh, I wish we had like a zoom in feature now. You make the call. But the ball spirals perfectly. Now we're on laces gate, right? But it's an RPO and a simple one. Snap hits Fields right in the hands. No, it's not an RPO at all. Maybe it's a screen to ESB, but I doubt it. I think it's just a called throw to Claypool. And Claypool's able to make a play with it. I mean, if you want to get excited about Chase Claypool, I do. I like being a fan. This is a fun throw. I mean, I agree with you, Steven, but there is plenty of stuff. Yeah, I think this was an audible, Joe, where I also appreciate that Fields is able to adjust his guys. This is simple stuff. I mean, if you're going to play NFL quarterback, you got to be able to adjust your players. But all the same, the idea of a quarterback that's able to run the huddle and tell his guys in his second year and his first year in a new offense, hey, like, line up over there. That's good. I like that. And so it's simple stuff, but the ability to keep your offense in line and running on time is nice. And it makes me feel like Fields has control of the offense. So then the Bears run a little tunnel screen, and kudos to the Miami defense here. They're able to just make a play. It helps that that Mooney does his best to set his guys up, but I remember, and like, this is the weird stuff that you just don't really see on the broadcast. Christian Wilkins totally holds. Like, take a look at this, right? Jenkins tries to get to the second level, but he doesn't. And guess who makes the play? That guy, right? I mean, these are the little, like, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying pieces of the NFL that we're just never going to catch. We're staring at the ball. We see the ball move. Wilkins is totally holding. And it's that guy that gets out there, makes the play. So, bummer. They go, like, the calls go both ways. But it's always funny seeing defensive line holds, because I wouldn't call them. If I'm a ref, I'm looking for a lot of things that aren't that. That's for sure. But it makes a huge impact because the offense, like, you can't run a tunnel screen like this without somebody getting out to block them. And Wilkins, or it's not Wilkins, it looks like it's 91, but he knows, like, he understands the play that he made. And I'm one of those guys that's like, if you cheat and you get away with it, good play. Like, I'm one of those crazy people that would look at the Rams DPI, and I'd look at that and say, like, it's a good thing he interfered because apparently it didn't get called. But I know that there's a lot of people out there that would disagree with that and say penalties / cheating is bad in all cases. But you get it. Like, I can't help but think that if you can hold and you can get away with it, it's a skill, which is why I hate playing the Packers. So somebody mentions Joe says, why didn't he take it outside? It's because this defender's first job is to get out to this lane. You can see if we slow it down real slowly, he actually overruns Mooney just a little bit. There really isn't any room out here because he's not a human joystick. It's not pun intended, but like obviously only Tariq Cohen is. And I just don't think he has the juice to beat him outside in like a sweep foot race when they're already at the numbers. There's just not that much space on the field. This play is designed to be a tunnel screen, right? So you get linemen right there. You form literally a tunnel and you run up the field and get as much as you did. And so it's still not a bad first down play. I mean, 2 yards on first down isn't amazing, but it's not bad. The Bears are very clearly trying to avoid not only the middle of the field, but also the Dolphins defensive line, which it's hard to avoid them. And the Dolphins defense is rallying up to tackle, but Fields is about to go off. So all of this was Fields charging his laser, right? I mean, obviously not literally, but all of this was Fields getting that little bit closer to really just deciding to rip the game off on his own. So Here we've got an overthrow. It is legit hard to tell whether this is an overthrow or a throwaway because by the time Fields lets this one go, yeah, let's go, guys. 200 people, for crying out loud. You're amazing. Like the stream, please. You're the best. They really are running all the screens on the world. Grant, I'm in the same place as you, right? Where I feel like he's throwing this away. Like, I can't tell if this is I don't know. Am I being too, am I being too generous? Because I see this number 9 right here, and an online throw is an easy bat down, or worst case scenario, a pick. And so I feel like Fields is just trying to get the ball away, and maybe if he really wanted to, he could have lofted it, but I doubt that because there's a DB standing right there. I mean, like you're saying, Ben, there are some of these plays that I am convinced. I don't have any proof. I haven't heard any quarterbacks say it, but when a quarterback loads to throw, gets to here, there really isn't any going back. And so when you see the like a defensive lineman get in the way, or especially downfield, like when a quarterback does this, you'll see these balls just get sailed because the quarterback puts a little bit of extra wrist on it, like a finger flick, to just get it higher than it should be. I think that's how we get a lot of these on-time throwaways that aren't throwaways, the ones that end up like 4 meters out of bounds. You know what I'm talking about? Where somebody goes, wow, how did he sail him like that? He didn't. He threw it away on purpose. And I tend to think that Fields looked at this one, made a business decision, said 3rd and 8, much better than like a pick. But exactly like you're saying, I mean, let's see, to picture that ball going on target to the wrong color easily. I mean, easily, Grant. And so I can't help but look at plays like this. And look, I'm going to chalk it up as throwaway, but exactly, Akusai. It doesn't look like Fields is doing the usual, like, oh, rats, come on, that he does when he chucks a ball outside and doesn't make it on time. But then we've got, this play, which let me just go ahead and let the footage roll. Then we'll talk about what it actually is. But, like, how sweet is this? Whew. It does not get old. I've watched this one at least 10 times. I mean, that is nasty. This is one of those eye poppers where it's just like, whoa, that is nice. So this is the Bears' solution against man coverage. I mean, they're lined up in as clear and obvious cover 1 as you can get. For Red Games, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming along. But so they're running, it feels to me like a variation of Y-Cross where they're going to run I think it's like a post corner. So like up, post, corner, paired with a backside dig for Chase Claypool. Now, the Y crosser is Equinemius St. Brown. And if he was faster, this would be a lot easier for him because it's actually closer to like that. But he's not. Like, let me go ahead and stop this when we're at pressure. Boom, pressure. He has only just now broken. He's completely locked up. Mooney's not even looking for the ball. The other 2 guys on the field are locked up. We got 5 receiving threats, but he's not open. He's not open. He's not open. He's not open. Maybe he's open. I'll do like a little set of dots, right? Maybe he's open, but Fields' back is literally turned, right? And so what happened on the line, or like this is, I guess if we were going to go like pressure, it looks like this, right? Because he'd have to start his throw now, and even here, he probably gives up a sack fumble if he tries to throw it. And again, covered, not out of his break yet. So then covered, not trying to be a homer. Feel free to disagree with me. Tough stuff. And that's where I know when you hear me complaining about what Getsy's doing, it's because I don't really understand why we've got to run man beaters that take so long. I mean, it looks like, how long does it take to break? It takes almost 4 seconds for Claypool to get to his break. Like, I hear all the people that talk about how Justin Fields, like, hangs on to the ball too long. Guys, the down and distance is over here. Like, what's with this? Like, I get being safe, but whoa, that's taking a really long time. And so I think that there's pieces of this that's just going to be like a work in progress. Because Kyle, I hear you when you talk about how like the line doesn't protect long enough to call these routes, but this is a very long route. Thankfully, Fields is, something of a magician. And so he creates the lane, he bursts forward, he sillies the spy, and he like collects the first down, for crying out loud. Exactly, Drex. Like a basic 5-yard slant. Now, I will say there is a piece of me that thinks that stuff like a slant is where I think Fields is struggling right now. Like Fields doesn't like to throw them. If he did, we would see them more often. I know that sounds so simple, right? But there are tons of these slants that Fields just isn't throwing, and when he does throw them, he throws them kind of badly, like the one that we see later in the game. There are a lot more routes that Fields comfortable with, but he does not seem to like slants. That's something I think he could improve on. Let's hope, for our sakes, that it's more of a comfort thing, or that the Bears will find some other solution. I think you can run like a layered set of ins, like drive or something like that, which the Bears have tried to run drive a couple times. They kind of suck at it. It's everybody's fault. But thankfully, Fields, being an alien, is going to set the rusher up with a step out, dummy him. Let's watch the spy, because I love this part. So not only does he dummy the first runner, but the spy follows him left, breaks back to his right. Oh man, I got to stop this guy, and just see you later. Like, goodness gracious. That is so good. It's so good, for crying out loud. I hear you, Peter and Drex. Like, there is a piece of that where it's like the Nagy curls. Hey, it's simple. Now, one other thing worth mentioning. Did 15 Jalen Phillips hands to the face Cody Whitehair? You tell me, but I think the answer is yes. Now, is that long enough to make an impact? Sure, should be. But a defensive face mask seems like it would apply right there, and then he just chucks him out of the way. Now, he also just gets owned. So two things can be true at the same time, right? Yeah, the visual of the refs just standing there is kind of funny. That's hilarious. But so he gets absolutely sillied. Never good to have your lineman literally thrown out of the way. Oh, and fun fact, like, then, so not only does Whitehair get thrown, but he benches his guy. Boom. Now you end up with two Bears linemen tabletopped on the ground, which is never fun. But Fields just hits Fields bursts. Like, check this out from the tight angle. Look at how quick this is. Step, spin, change direction, full cut up field. See you later. Have a great have a great rest of your game. But so Jenkins does a good job of picking it up. If not for Jenkins, it might have had an even bigger problem, because Jenkins comes over there and absolutely railroads number 6. Takes him right out of the play. And then, let's see, does Jenkins actually contribute after that? He does not. James, you mentioned, like, is there any D-line that can realistically contain Fields? If they're more patient, maybe. The biggest problem that I'm seeing with defensive lines right now is that they need, if I was a defensive line coach and I was trying to stop Justin Fields, it's very popular to give up your A-gaps. You need to hold on to your A-gaps. Like, you need 92 and 95, at least one of them to be around here, or Fields will run out of that spot in the pocket. Like, it's a bit of a bald spot to just leave there, because by the time Fields actually dummies the guy, like, yeah, go wherever you want. And so it's not as simple. And Kyle, I hear you when you say if you take away Fields' running, he's done. Or that he's a very good thrower. Right now, I would tell you that I think Fields is a very boom or bust thrower. There are a lot of throws that Fields can make that are crazy good. There are not a ton of throws Fields has made this year that are at that level. It's not that he's had a bad year, if I can be clear. It's more that I don't know. The wide receivers just aren't shaking quite like they were last year. And so we're not getting the crazy seam throw over the middle to Jimmy. Like, you remember Jimmy Graham running that seam throw and Fields dotting him? Yeah, that's not here this year. You remember, like, a couple other throws that I could try to go through the list, but we all remember some of them from the San Fran game, the slot fade that he had to Allen Robinson, the, like, throw that he had to Darnell Mooney in the end zone. There was a lot of stuff, like, because I'm with you, Joe. They were like the receivers are dropping the ball a lot this year. We are getting some throws that are absolute sizzlers, but I also tend to think that there's a lot of stuff that just isn't open this year. So I'll take the yards any way they come. Like this year, the argument that I would make to you, Kyle, is that saying take away his legs and Fields can't play is like saying, I don't know, chop Brady's arm off, like put a blindfold on Tom Brady. Not this year's not a great example, and you get that, right? But saying take away Fields' legs and actually taking away Fields' legs are two extremely different different levels of effort. Like right now, Fields looks untackleable. It's a blast watching his film because he looks like the guy when he's scrambling right now. It's going to create problems. I mean, Fields may pull two guys out of coverage at this stage because one guy isn't enough. Like, spying Fields with one person is crazy. And so, and like you're saying, I mean, you rush four, you spy him, you play zone, you have everybody stay in their lanes, but the only completions the Bears are getting are against zone, Josh. Like, as soon as you come out of man, the Bears receivers can run simple stuff like a double over and a curl back. And now if you're in cover three, Fields is just going to hit the curl. Like, Fields has played against enough zone that then Fields could take advantage of zone. But right now, Fields is struggling with man. Fields doesn't want to throw into tight windows, but as soon as you drop into man, he just runs on you. And he went for 178 yards on the ground. Like, it was as if the Miami defensive coordinator said, okay, he can't run forever, and then he did. And we'll get to the end of the game because obviously I think that on third and fourth down, Fields made a play that one of the two should have rewarded him. Bummer, right? But that's a different conversation because I know like Brad Biggs and Dan Wiederer keep talking about like, oh, you know, at the end of the game, Fields failed to throw it. And it's like, I mean, hit a guy in the hands, but whatever. No big deal, I guess. Let's keep criticizing quarterbacks. I don't know. He's still a young quarterback. He doesn't even have 20 starts, right? Like, forgive me, but somebody fact check me. That is valid. Yes, that he's on his 18th start right now or something like that. And so it's wild to see that somebody so young is bearing such heavy criticism. And I get it, but you got to remember that the pressure cooker for Mitch, just to use one, I don't want to compare the two either, right? I want to compare our reactions to the two. The pressure cooker for Mitch turned on in his third year. And yes, I was one of the people that was quick on him, right? Down on him in private after year one, down on him publicly after, not year one, week one, down on him publicly like week 6 or 7. I think it was the San Diego game where I really turned a corner. But all that to say, you got time, right? And so it's wild to me watching the way people want to take Fields' accomplishments in this game, because it's pretty ridiculous what he did against this team, Dallas, and New England, and minimize that stuff, which is a little wild, because I also think Fields is very toolsy, surprisingly raw, and needs time to become the passer that I think people want him to be. On this play, it's fine. It's a fine game, right? Or fine gain, but kudos to 52. And 98, honestly, can we talk about this? You want to talk about good defensive line play? there are a lot of defensive lines that we have seen this year that would have just allowed Mustafa to get to the second level, right? 98 gets a hand on Mustafa. That's not like a hold. If it was a hold, that would be extremely ticky-tack, right? And Mustafa gets just held up enough that he's not able to get to the linebacker 52. And because of that, even though they get like 3-on-2 over here, they've got Whitehair looking back for a block. Somebody ought to get 27. Was somebody supposed to? You would think so. But, I think Harry just gets lost. Call it a feeling. But it would look to me like you'd want Harry to come out and take the corner. And instead, Harry kind of turns around and blocks somebody for no specific reason. But the Bears don't gain much. Good tackle by 52, by the way. Rolled on over, laid the big hit. Bears get like 4, which is fine. Scott, let me touch on that. Do I think that the Bears could get DeForest Buckner? I think that if the Colts go into full-on buyer sale, they go like 5-head mode, and they get really big-brained, and they're like, let's just cut our best player. Yeah, I'd love to throw the piggy bank at him. But if you make me trade any more than a 4th-round pick, I just think that the Bears could get not similar, like literally the same, but similar, like a lot better than what they have. You got to remember, Mike Pennell is playing major reps in this Bears defense, let alone Angelo Blackson, who's like, a rotational guy, is starting. I think that you could get a lot better for not, like, I think you could get a lot better at the defensive line for whatever you can, or with whatever you can get in free agency. It would be rad. Don't get me wrong. If the Bears could get DeForest Buckner, because Buckner rules. But I also think that it's kind of similar to trading for Khalil Mack, where you got to remember, even Mack, who I was like down on, right? By the time he was leaving, I celebrated the heck out of that trade for, I think, good reason. Still got multiple, I think was it 2? It was a 2nd-round pick and a 3rd-round pick. I can't remember. But yeah, exactly. Like you're saying, Sean, I mean, Paye won't cost draft capital. There are going to be other 2nd and a 6th. Got it. You're right. It was a higher 2nd. Vaughn got a 2nd and a 3rd. But so he's still got a 2nd-round pick, and that was with a huge contract. So we'll have to see what happens. But I just doubt that they're gonna trade for DeForest Buckner, when I tend to think that they could probably draft somebody, again, not the same, similar, or sign somebody similar. So then, I love all these little motions. We can't catalog them because I take too long talking about these plays anyways, right? But the Bears are going to go from a condensed set with Blasingame in a bunch back to a very I-like formation. And what do you think they're going to run from this? Like, look at this. So they shift from here to the split I. What do you think they're going to do? What is this play call? Because this play call rules. The play call doesn't even really work, right? Oh, wait. Is this the play call? I think it is. No, I think this one might just be... Yeah, it's just an interior toss. Lou Boy, where do I purchase my L22 film from? So you can get it from like Europass, which is a place that I used to get it from a lot. Right now, I've got somebody that I am not allowed to reveal their identity that gets me the L22 a little sooner so that I can actually like watch it, which is awfully neat. But European Game Pass through a VPN, best thing you could pay for, in my opinion. But so the Bears run an interior toss, right, where they've got Blasingame cutting back down, Herbert catching the pitch, cutting back in. It works as like an out counter. Like, the only problem is that the defensive line of the Dolphins rules. And yes, James, I agree. The defensive line of the Dolphins, it sounds like I'm over glamorizing this. No, they dominated. Look at this. Look at this again. Watch 98. Watch 94. Like, immediately. Whoosh. That's not good. Poor Kari Blasingame doesn't have any idea who to block. Like, he kind of thinks, I guess I should take 94 out, but he misses badly because that's not the launch point of where this run is supposed to go. And so Herbert does well to just get 4 yards out of this because, like, that's a mess. But when you, as a running back, take the ball and you see the entire defensive line flash in front of your face, that's never good. And, I mean, WFM, I don't mean to make you too, I don't mean to, like, hype too hard. It's not a miracle that we're putting up 30 points with this O-line and these receivers. It's a quarterback. I mean, it sounds silly, but run gimmick or not, in the eyes of some, what Justin Fields is doing right now is how they are gaining, or it's how they're scoring points. And that's it. Like, because I'm with you, Spectre. The defense is paid to make plays. They absolutely deserve it. This defensive line's really good. I am occasionally stunned in a game like this at how the Bears were able to turn out so many points, even though I honestly believe that the wide receivers versus the defensive backs were a mismatch. The passing game versus defensive scheme was a surprising mismatch. I think the running backs are fine, but there's only so much they can do. The defensive line versus the offensive line was a mismatch. Like, the quarterback is the only difference maker on this team, on this field today, and he made the biggest difference. Like, it's sweet. Because I'm with you, Adamola, that it is like a really homer statement. But just like looking at the last 3 weeks, if Fields had been hurt and Trevor Siemian was the quarterback, I don't know that they score 10 points. Like, Getsy's run scheme is great. It's especially good because you can utilize the quarterback, right? But I don't know how it works with with a quarterback that isn't near as mobile, because there's major pressure, like, on most of these passing plays. The receivers are definitely not separating. We're not doing what we used to do with a bunch of Mitch situations where I circle the player and I go, he's open and he's in the progression, or something like that, which wasn't all the time. I was awfully hard on Mitch. I get it. I was young. But there really are a lot of these plays where it's like, and Fields rescued them. This play was super fun because whenever the Bears go into shotgun, one thing that's fun for you guys to notice is that so the Bears not only pull somebody across right here, but they also are tagging almost any handoff from the shotgun with zone read just because they can, right? And so taking this, they've got Pettis coming across. Pettis and Kmet and whoever that is, I think it's Wesco, draw 4 defenders in this general vicinity. The Bears are running a Shanahan play called long trap, right? Where they're going to have Cody Whitehair is going to trap the edge player, who takes himself out of the play anyways and makes this look awfully weird. Like, full disclosure, it's a weird looking play because 65 is aiming deliberately for a player that just, pieced out on the run fit. What really matters here is that David Montgomery has another one of those extend me plays. Like, because take a look at the back, and who else would it be? Who else am I going to circle? It's Christian Wilkins again. Like, I mean, do you want to see it in slow motion, fast motion, or both? Come on. We used to talk about Akeem Hicks for this, didn't we? Like, oh, that is so sweet. On a 3rd and 2, no less. Like, all of us defense fans, we can't really watch the Bears defense and salivate. You know what I mean? Let's appreciate some good defensive line. Like, wow. Montgomery just says, no thank you, and snaps his ankles. Goodbye. And gets 2 yards anyways. Like, whoo, that is nice. But so, this is a sweet play by Wilkins. Riley Reif gets absolutely owned. You got to love it from the defensive line, just sillying the poor offensive lineman. You got to love it from your back. And the Bears drive continues to go. Like, whoo, that was nice. Just all over. Honestly, that was good football. Like, it's fun scheme, because take a look at this. Like, let's back it up just a little bit more. So, long trap's going to hit, sure. But what I want to point out is with Fields blocking, we're going to use circles to indicate that. Fields is taking the edge rusher away, right? So what you have in the box is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, free man 6. You have a 6-on-5 because you're able to use this jet sweep action to occupy the rest of the defenders, and then you got a safety way back here, right? So the Bears have a huge advantage in the box. The fact that they blow this advantage with Wilkins almost making the play by himself is a little on the sad side, sure. Because what do you mean the trap? Well, oh, you're right. They're expecting to have to trap here, but so it's 6-on-6. Good point, Bob. But then they've got Harry coming back in the box, so I guess it's a little of both. But none of that here, Jordan. Different one. Or like different chat. And I haven't mentioned the lemonade because it's sweet tea. So sue me, I'm from Texas. But all the same, I love this. This was the play I thought we were watching earlier. Because the Bears go from like 3 out wide to 2 out wide with an extra man in. And then they run a speed option with Blasingame back countering away from the play. And take a look at what that does to the linebackers. It's simple, right? But because of this, it keeps them held just a little bit. These two right here, right? They hold because they see Blasingame pinching down with Kmet right here. And so now you've got Fields one-on-one with an edge rusher, Montgomery as his speed option, and the like a blocker out in space. Honestly, pretty sweet. And Field of Dreams, you mentioned like defender forced JF to toss it early. This is tough to tell. I mean, this is an NFL player being not a college player because the defender plays it beautifully. Fields could also press it a little bit harder if we're being really like to the point of what option football is. But he's an NFL quarterback. He's paid millions of dollars. He doesn't want to get hurt. He doesn't want to charge straight into a defensive lineman, and he doesn't want to pitch badly and fumble. So I get it. The main criticism, if I have a criticism, is that running speed option with Montgomery, Montgomery's not that fast. But I think the real big one here is that Mooney doesn't catch his block. And so Xavier Howard beats Darnell Mooney in open space and is going to blow this play up because Montgomery does ultimately outrun the defensive lineman. He just can't do much against an oncoming, that is Howard, right? Whoever it was, he blew him up. But so, yeah, I love the call. 10 out of 10, would call again. Got to make the block. And so, it's funny, Fields of Dreams. You mentioned that, first of all, Ben, yes, Claypool's a great option there. ESB would have been another solid option. You can't put ESB everywhere. He's becoming a bit of a tell when it comes to these run calls, in my opinion. But you got to do what you got to do. Ultimately, Mooney showed that he was a better blocker in the Nagy scheme than what I think he's offered. So maybe you just want a better block in general. But all the same, I think that everybody on the team should be held to a decent blocking standard. I think Mooney can do a little bit more than that. But at the same time, if I was talking about the Bears defense, instead of talking about the Bears offense, I'd say that Jalen Johnson should absolutely beat this tackle because look at that puny receiver. How are you going to let him block you? So it cuts both ways. Very meaningless run. Look, do you want us to go back over it? We can. But we got a lot to cover. And a lot of it's really fun field stuff. And that is a fun fields thing. So it looked like the Finns just blew something up with the blitz at that point. Now we've got 3rd and 9. JT O'Sullivan called this really bad defense, and I agree. We're still in, well, you know what, Fields? Let's take a look. We are almost out of the first quarter. But so it is now 7-3. And we're right about to turn over. So something that I did not think about until JT mentioned it. So first off, you can see a clear man cue. They're going to pull ESB across the formation. He's got somebody trailing him. They're in man. Because you've got 2 guys right here. We had 1 Elon, but I shut it down. Because you got 2 guys that are right in line with each other. One of them is going to get picked, period. There's not a lot of ways around it. Once you do this, whether it's a check to a pick or whether it's the receivers turning their routes into a pick, you're going to get picked off. And they do, right? So, yeah, no kidding, Adamola. We'll pick it up a little bit. But so with this, Mooney's gonna run. It's not even a particularly amazing route. It's not that it has to be. Like, he freezes him well. You can definitely say Mooney does a solid job because he's actually allowed to run a route. See, look at that. When you let Mooney run a man beater, not only does he beat him, he creates a full 2 yards of separation, turns it into a first down. It's a really nice play from number 11. Bears just don't seem like they let him do it much, which I'd like to know why. I mean, Mooney's a really, really good player, and especially when they let him. So I want to see Mooney able to run things like slugos, things like, I mean, honestly, you can do better than like a post, but I honestly want to see Mooney running option routes where he can run a dig, he can sit it down for a curl, he can take it up for a post, and that he can victimize man coverage that way or within zones. But so that's something I think I'd like to see. I don't know if Getsy is great or wants receiver option football, and I don't even know if Justin Fields likes it at this point in his career. There is a piece of this that is, how do you cobble together an offense with receivers that aren't super great, with an offensive line that isn't super great? Like, what can you build with that? And they're building something that's clearly scoring, even if it's not the sexy offense that we want it to be. But after a little bit of investment, we'll probably get a better shot at seeing like a real offense. So then first play of the second quarter. Do you know what's coming? Because I know what's coming. And it's just about everybody's favorite play of the game. I mean, I get it. There are others that are everybody's like real favorite play of the game. But like, look at the subtlety of that play fake. I get it. Everybody's talked about this. But like, whoosh. When you watch this thing from the back and you know what's already coming, like, look at how sublime this fake is. He was not near this good at this early in the season. Simple development. A good quarterback develops in every way. Let me just show it to you real time. Like, whoosh. If you not roll your eyes in the back of your head, but like, if you aren't paying attention and we're not playing with a clicker, that is just a beautiful fake. And look, can I be honest? When you're looking for development signs in a young quarterback, those quarterbacks need to show you development in all of the little ways, right? Like, all the little ways. Just being blunt. Like, your quarterback needs to show you development from a mental perspective. Your quarterback needs to show development in his processing. Your quarterback needs to show development in his pocket presence. Your quarterback needs to show development in his situation management, his poise, how he carries himself, how many hits does he take. Like, there are so many things that quarterbacks have to deal with. And the fact that, as simple as it sounds, he's clearly being coached to even refine little things like a play action fake is, I think, really encouraging, because while I agree with you that Preston Smith punished him for it earlier, I also think Fields sold this one better. He didn't hop around like an idiot. Instead, he just hopped once and bailed because he felt the defensive lineman behind him, because 15 is the one who kind of figures it out. He freezes him a little bit, but then Fields gets proper depth, runs away from him, and everybody's favorite number 85, Cole Kmet, gets in and uses the only touchdown celebration he knows. If in Madden they don't have a signature Cole Kmet baseball swing celebration, they are doing him dirty. He does not have a dance button. He does not have, maybe he has like a celebration with teammates button, but it's baseball and it's only baseball. It's the only one he's got. And you gotta love it. Yeah, he did do it twice, Elon. But I think it's so funny. All the same, the fake is sweet. I mean, the linebackers do not catch it. Like, bite in. This guy just lets Kmet go. There's nothing there. The corners, locked up. Boom, boom. Because man coverage is killing us, right? But then, let me see. But then Cole Kmet gets let completely go, and you actually have to credit the quarterback with that, in my opinion, because when you get a clean fake like this, the linebackers they got to honor the run. And so credit to the fact that the Bears were able to convert that third down earlier. It puts you in a first down or a first play. What would you call this? Like, because they converted that third down, put the Bears in a first down. On first down, the Bears like to run the ball. Beautiful play action fake, catches the linebackers completely over their skis. And I mean, come on, is or isn't that the most open receiver that the Bears have had all season long? Because I think it is. Fields distributes, boom, ball right in his hands. Solid little hands catch, I guess, but really it's just gravy. I mean, easy play. Once Fields does the first part. And like you're saying, James, I mean, Fields really is out here. Let's see. Oh yeah, another simple little thing like Spector's talking about. Kudos to Kmet for making sure that he had his eyes on the DB, like the safety, just like he's supposed to. Because if Kmet's going anywhere, he needs to feint like he's going to block Cole Kmet. Or not Cole Kmet, Javon Holland. And so he passes right by him so cleanly that Holland feels like he passed him out of the way right there, and then realizes, oh shoot, I left that guy. Oh man. And so let me see. Gotta make sure to watch Kmet running over the DB for the first. Easily. Now I get what you're saying. That one's fun. Honestly, that's probably my favorite Kmet play, I think, ever, because I love a good tight end just running somebody over. The mega truck stick. It's so sweet. But so let's see, Donald, I may get more Bears games now with Fields Mania, but my area of IA gets the Packers Vikings. That is heartbreaking. Is Europass not doing you justice? But so yeah, he was, Elon. Like, oh man, I really just did that, didn't I? It was hilarious. But so I love this next play, if only because, again, so first of all, I wouldn't blame Fields if he had no idea what was going on, right? Or no idea what was going on. Look at how much motion there is in this defense. I don't know. Like, they must have changed plays more than once. Because this is just chaos. And then they settle into like a Rams shell with two corners in cover 3, two deep safeties, 2 more DBs over the top, and just like a 5-1 set. So really bizarre. I mean, really bizarre. Like, I mean, it looks like a hive full of bees over here. Like, sure, there's a spy, Elon, like, totally, because they got to make sure that they track Fields, but, like, just watching all of the motion and 21 running all over the place, that linebacker running all over the place. Finally, they get the snap off, and they're running, like, quarterback power, I think. Fields is able to lay out a nice little first down. I mean, look at how easy that is, right? So easy. At this point, let me see who, right, Spectre? But so, I think so. I think you're right, James. It was just wild to see all the motion up top. It must have been some kind of a check. Must have been. But it was bananas to see all the same. So, credit to the defensive lineman, 92. He blows this play up. Fields is supposed to be getting outside. But look at how quickly Fields is able to accelerate. 1, 2, 3 steps. Literally puts the guy on his butt. Like, cuts inside. Defensive lineman has nothing he can do. Ankles are shattered. Jenkins taking his guy out of the play. Fields headed back up the field. He must assume that a hard step is going to draw the DB out this way. Because it doesn't work. And Fields ends up going down. But, like a good Kyler, he slides instead of taking the hit. But it's just wild watching how quick Fields can be. And it's going to be a real problem for a lot of defenses. I get it. Not everybody's a huge fan of the whole running quarterback thing. But it's working. And it's partially working because defenses don't really plan on stopping any of this stuff. Let's see. Elon wants to point out 71, who's on the backside. Let's take a look. Yeah, he does. I mean, he kind of just gets in the way. But 71 stays with the play, just in case, for the backside cutback lane. I think there were a lot of defenders that were surprised that Fields took it to where he was. But Yeah, exactly, Ben. I mean, it looks like, I mean, it's simple, but it looks like those Giannis type players where it's like, whoa, that person just did that. Holy moly. So, 1st and 10, don't watch Cody Whitehair unless you like, unless you like sadness, because that was bad. So, we'll just let this one roll. It's 1st and 10. Bears try to run the ball. Big ol' sad. 92 versus 90 or 65, and yet another Bears offensive lineman in the middle of the play ends up on the ground. There were a lot of Bears hitting the ground. A lot of Bears hitting the ground. And they're starting, like they being opposing teams are starting to really play the zone read, because again, we're in shotgun. So the Bears are going to throw zone read at him, and 16 does a good job of staying just put enough to deter Fields, and Fields hands it off. That's the classic read, right? And Herbert takes the rock, pushes up for like 2 yards, not 4 necessarily, but 2. Hey, that works. It's nice to see that getting blown up still results in a positive gain, but it's not much of a positive gain. Then we get 3 yards in a cloud of dust on 2nd down. It looks to me like there are some of these. I mean, you want to talk about weird? The Bears have zone read RPOs that are rollouts. Like, check this thing out, where watch everyone's pattern before and after the snap, right? At the snap, we're looking at reading this guy who's obviously going to play Fields, so he's going to hand it off. I don't mind the read. But we've got somebody in the flat. We've got somebody coming over. We've got somebody heading up up top, and we've got Kmet in what's called the sneak flat. This is a rollout handoff RPO, which is kind of sweet. Like, and to me, at the very least, it's a cool iteration off of what you can do with RPOs, because if you hand it off, your receivers running routes don't matter, right? But if you pull it, then your line knows to stay relatively tight to the line. I actually wonder, I wonder if that's not it at all. They're pass blocking. No, that's 100. You're right, Elon. This is a straight up bootleg. Fields just gives it to the running back. Like, this is a bootleg where Fields saw, all right, so I'm going to die. Better to just hand it to the running back and gain 3 yards. That's a smarter play than I actually realized at first, because I thought it was an RPO. I thought it was a decent read, but instead it looks like he just gives it to Herbert, and the Bears say, well, I would have gotten wrecked anyways. So let's see. You mentioned Reef isn't pass blocking. You know, it's hard to tell, because I would expect Whitehair and Jones in particular to be firing a little bit harder, if as well as Jenkins, who has a free pass to the second level, right? Like, he wants to go up this way, or at least you would think so. Let me see. We skipped too far. It could just be a confused O-line. I mean, it's not impossible, John, but you got to remember that if you're running a bootleg, the line has to stay within 2 yards, right? Like, if you're running a bootleg, you can't, you really can't afford it. Like Ben's saying, I think this is more of the emergency run option. That's really what I'm trying to get across, if I didn't already. That, like Elon is saying, you're handing it off so that the ball doesn't go to you and you don't take a sack, more so than the line is run blocking, right? Harrison, thank you. You're doing God's work with your research. So then the Bears go yo-yo motion in a bunch. On 3rd down, they're going to run crosser. I think it's a post, a fade off of it, it's not going in the end zone, and then another fade the other direction. So let's watch the play. Fields throws. It's way out of bounds. We don't like the result, right? What could he have done procedurally to make it better? Well, he could have not thrown the fade. That's one example. Remember, we are talking about 3rd and 5. So if we're talking about 3rd and 5, I mean, I love the aggression, right? Especially if these are scrimmages. But when you've got a crosser to your theoretical best receiver, or at least one of your best receivers, throw to don't throw the fade to ESB, because It's a very difficult throw. And I get it. Everybody wants to talk about Claypool. Like, I'm here. I totally hear you. Claypool, let's just soak it in. Claypool gets a great release off the line. Bakes his dude, stacks his dude, wide open. Like, throw the ball to Claypool. He might be in the end zone. Like you're saying, Spectre, this is predetermined, to be clear. I think that if I had to guess, it's drive. That's the concept. And so on drive, you generally go 1 to 2, I think, with this play right here as an alert, which, as we know, an alert is something that you normally aren't expecting to look at, but if you think it's wide open, you can take it, right? So I think Fields takes the alerts probably a little bit too often. Like, it's third down. You don't need to throw the incredibly difficult throw when Mooney is there. Like, okay, let's go back a little bit just so you can see it. If Fields holds on to the ball, he will clear the linebacker. Now, would he have lasted that long? I don't know. You make the call. But this is not open. Like, of all the throws that Fields reads and then, like, doesn't throw, it's hilarious to me that, of course, on this third down, he lets off this throw and, like, ESB is not, or it might be Pettis, isn't winning. Whoever it is, no separation. Negative separation. Nice to see Claypool get some separation, but would love to see Fields' eyes move almost literally anywhere else. Because that's like one of the 2 throws on there that's just like not there. And so I do think you got to give him a negative. I think this is a blemish, but I also think that the Dolphins made things surprisingly hard for Fields because the man coverage that they were throwing out, it's not that it confused him, it's that it begged the question of who can I trust, right? And if you are going to throw a fade, ball's got to be in bounds. I think we can all agree with that. Yes, he takes a bump as he lets this go because Whitehair's getting smushed. I want to understand what happened with Braxton Jones because we're looking at a very strange image over there. So looks like Chubb assaults, trips. You got to love it. This is all Braxton just using brain powers as he just outwills the guy and sticks him on the ground. Whitehair gets beat. You got to love Sam passing him off. Really helps out right there. And so the ball comes out a little weird. It looks, just based on the spiral that doesn't drop, like it came out of his hand weird. And that may be part of it. But yeah, it looks like also more hands to the face. That's pretty clear. I feel bad for Whitehair. But so this ball looks to me, I don't know. It looks like he gets a medium clean release. Medium clean. But he's clearly affected by the pressure. That said, like, because Elon, I'm with you. Like, if Fields places this ball properly, it's not like ESB's necessarily going to catch it, and that's part of why I don't like the decision. But at the same time, let's be blunt. He's a young quarterback. I'm happy these plays are happening this season because I think that you have to have these plays, whether in a game setting or in practice, to remind Fields to trust the short throw over the middle. Make life easier on yourself. Like, that's A-okay. But so, next up, we've got a little PA rollout where nobody crashes down, which is rare, where Fields pulls out and there's not actually anybody coming for him. So he just quickly snaps the throw over, gets it to Cole Kmet, 2 yards. I'll take it. Perfectly fine. Exactly, James. I mean, that safety actually made it easier to theoretically throw to Claypool, but whatever. It looks, Ben, ESB blocks the crasher. That's a good point. Because right there, they're trying to make sure these naked releases aren't so naked so that Fields doesn't get dominated. That's loose wording on my part. Fields doesn't really take the time to check out whether the over's open, but to be honest, I have no issue with... So, Elon, I had a feeling you might mention that. Mooney looks like he flashes open, certainly, but you got to remember that the throwing lane is between two Miami players. Like, just get the ball out of your hands, see if your guy can go make a play. It's first down. Don't worry about it, right? This is not a Canton play. So far, John, by your count, we've got a lot of throws. We've got, one positive? And I think that's that's all he's really warranted. He might not even have a positive pass yet because he's done nothing that's specifically out of the ordinary. That's not me trying to dunk on Fields. You guys know I really like Justin Fields, but this is where Fields really starts to turn it on because he finally decides, you know what? This guy isn't going to stop me. And he's right. Look at how easy that is. Let's see. Which positives do you have? The Komet, John, oh man, that's so funny because it's not a hard throw. It's just a sweet fake. But anyways, O-Town, I don't like 2 yards. I like the process that got 2 yards, if that makes sense. So on that last play, the rollout, I'm basically looking downfield and saying Fields played on time. He got to the read that he needed to get the ball out of his hands. And I don't know if he maximized the yardage, but that's, I think, a major piece of playing quarterback is early in the season, Fields got a lot of deserved guff from fans because he held onto the ball too long because he was always looking for the perfect play, right? And within this, sometimes, especially on first down, he's taking the snap, he's turning, he's distributing the ball, and he's letting the play out from there. I think that's a net good because while Fields is a superstar and can make a lot of plays, I also think that there are major pieces within this that are within the way Fields' game works that will be benefited a lot by him being able to just trust guys in front of him. Exactly, James. It's a process-oriented good play. Kind of like how I'm going to tell you it's a good play when Fields rolls out and snipes Equanimeous St. Brown on 4th down, even though Equanimeous St. Brown can't apparently catch a ball that hits him right in the hands. But so then on this play, what I love about this, it's not like Chubb plays this badly. Within this play, he's going to jump down and try to half surf the edge, right? But Fields just thinks, you know what? I'm just going to beat him. They've done this a couple times this game. He's not crashing, right? He's just sitting. And so it's a foot race with him and Fields. One thing that also really helps, 20 is reading his key, and his key is his receiver, right? So as Chase dives in, 20 doesn't realize that Fields has it and continues drifting inside until he sees him block, and then he goes, wait a sec, oh no. And so 20 takes himself just about completely out of the play, and Fields just, super, super natural looking, just jogs his way for a very casual 15 yards. Pulls the fake. The blocker coming over helps a lot, I think, where Blasengame's going to come over and chip him. It might have even been just I don't know if it was a called one thing or another. Brandon, I don't know if this is the one where he roasted Chubb for a lazy surf, but it was a really nice play either way. And it's not super lazy. It's more that most quarterbacks aren't going to punish you like this. When you're running zone read with, I don't know, you wouldn't run it with Tua, but if you're running zone read with Josh Allen, you might be able to get Josh Allen down. One thing that I think also helps is that either way, handoff or zone read, Blasengame's coming over to block the edge rusher. They don't leave the edge rusher unobstructed every time. So Chubb has to stop his feet to engage Blasingame coming for him as Fields passes in front of him. It's just a nice little design. Simple, right? But enough wrinkles that... Is Simeon number 15? Because he gives Fields a little slap right there. Little nice job. But so you got to love teammates right there. All the same, I love the simplicity of some of the beauty of what Getsy's doing at this point, where it's not that all of it always has to be super complicated. It's not the fact that they're running GT counter quarterback power and the other like sexy run plays. Like those are great. But it's also the fact that on a standard shotgun handoff, right, there's a major threat for Fields to pull on zone read whenever he wants to, and that's going to keep everybody on the defense very honest and force them to defend all 11. That's the term that everybody would use. I think it's a good one. So then at this point, like right after that, 2nd and 8 turns into an easy 1st and 10. Let's get moving. We get a nice little toss out that works fine. If you want to, we can really break down a lot of these, but suffice it to say that if you just watch the defensive line, the Bears are attempting to get guys out of position. They're basically trying to be misdirection masters as Kari Blazingame's going to attack the front right. Normally when you pitch, you're trying to attack the outside of the field, right? And so these inside cutback lanes I think are really creative because it's basically trying to use toss to create an inside run, which would be a lot better if the Bears were able to block everybody that they wanted to. They aren't. Blazingame kind of misses his mark here, as a matter of fact, because I think he needs to get around Reef and into the linebacker hole. He doesn't really do that. That's fine. Happens. But so, let's see. What's Sophisticated saying? The touchdown pass to Mooney against a top 100 voted player, as well as the two big... are you talking pluses? I hear you. But so, play after that. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, no kidding, Jordan. I do think that there's a lot of this stuff that works even better when the Bears offensive line actually like has better guys than theirs. And frankly, I think that the Merchants of Misdirection thing works really well even when you've got better guys. What I loved about this is just quarterback power. I mislabeled the other one. This one's quarterback power because normally you would tell somebody that something's power when you're pulling a line bend and you're getting them through a gap, right? And so 75 comes along over, gets himself into a gap. Fields controls the contact. I really like this. Like, people would talk about this as if it's a quarterback hit. This is a quarterback controlling contact. If you see, he lowers his shoulder into his player's arm, and they just collectively go down together. Sure, like, it's yardage. Sure, it's a hit. It's contact. But it's a dramatically less physical hit than getting sacked, for instance. And that's a very standard quarterback hit. So if contact can get to like this or less, you can take as much of this as you just about want to, because I don't think there's real injury risk on a hit like that. At least there shouldn't be. If you can control the contact well enough, Bears get a nice and easy 1st down. You love it. It's 20-10 or 21-10 at this point. So if you remember, the game is like teetering just a little bit on like not unwinnability, but it's all about to get away from him. Bears need to score here. Is it safe to say, Darius, that JF1 is a player you have to contain but can't relatively stop? Yes. At least right now. It's not that I think Fields is like a superstar. It's that when somebody is this mobile, there's not a lot of things you can do, because whenever you do try to put one guy on, or like one guy against him, he will beat that one guy. And that gets exhausting and annoying. I think if memory serves, this is just a basic curl. Fields is going to roll out, distribute. Yes. 2nd down, get the ball to get the ball to an open receiver. Could you theoretically try to get it to Kmet? Maybe if you're an alien, but with 21 dropping into a zone right here, I am never, ever going to be frustrated with a quarterback taking the free money. Best case scenario, Harry breaks tackle, gets 1st down anyways. Worst case scenario, worst case scenario is a drop, but much more normal result, you're looking at 3rd and, inches, half a yard. You take this. Simple, on time, little flick. Like, nothing wrong. I think it's nice to see plays like this because Fields, if we remember, as early as week 2, because I'm not going to count week 1. Week 1 was like a monsoon game. As early as week 2, we could see that the Bears didn't really have a quick passing game that functioned at all. Like, Fields didn't look comfortable doing anything. Do we all remember that? Because that's how I felt about it. Where even on just like quick screen throwouts, It felt as if Fields took a little bit of an extra hesitation. It felt like Fields was overthinking just about everything. Like it was a real problem. And so starting to see Fields look like some of these plays are routine, to me, is a really nice improvement. Fields didn't make just about anything look routine before this game. I mean, maybe not before this game. Like, there was a little bit of it in New England. There was a little bit of it in Dallas. Certainly, they're starting to look like they're getting a lot of these plays nailed. But, I mean, routine didn't come easily. And so, like you're saying, Darius, at this point in this game, it felt like Fields was in many cases just taking what the defense was giving him. Elon, if you're thinking about Cole Kmet, I don't think you're wrong. I just think that the reads would go 1, 2, 3. And so since he checkmarked 1, that's where the throw is going to go. Might not have, because Mooney's running like a corner post, which if that gets open, the defense usually just screwed something up. But then they line up, 3rd and 1. And they're going to sneak it, making it look easy. I mean, keep the calls easy. 3rd and 1, just easy. Yeah, exactly, Adamola. What? Not getting 25 yards on a sneak? What? Let's see. Love to see. Yeah, I agree with you, Jordan, on on trying to weaponize Kmet. I would like to see Kmet beat a linebacker. Like, eventually, I think that whenever you're weaponized, you've got to beat the man in front of you. Also, hey, it's not a slant, but can we talk about... I don't know what I just did. Let's march back down the field. Thank y'all for bearing with me. Bears are going to run slants and arrows. If you really want to, Field of Dreams, we can. But so, Bears are going to run like slants and arrows, as it's been called, dragon, as I know it. And Fields doesn't like the first read, but he is going to get it to the second read. Again, this is actually something he hasn't done. He's almost exclusively taken sacks running dragon so far this year. And is the slant open? Actually, it's not. So he distributes to the arrow. Montgomery makes a decent little play with it. Boom, 7 yards. Super simple. But Fields has been struggling with the simple. Like, takes a look at the read, gets the ball out of his hands. Like, snap, look, throw. Boom. That's normal quarterbacking. And if you can get Fields' superstardom with normal quarterbacking, like Fields never has to be the superstar thrower that maybe Trevor Lawrence is. Because I got to tell you this, as much as Trevor Lawrence is taking a lot of deserved heat, Trevor Lawrence is making some nasty plays with his arm. Fields is just looking like the best athlete in football at times. I mean, at least within the bounds of top 10 athletes in the NFL. So Fields is showing that he can do simple stuff. And yeah, exactly, Ben. You almost have to double take because Fields makes it look really, really easy. Like, I mean, Jordan, that throw that Lawrence had throwing the deep out over the top of a sitting defender underneath, that was nice. And yeah, exactly, Ben. I mean, I love the feedback loop of get the ball to David Montgomery, and then David Montgomery does David Montgomery things. I will say this is also slightly homerish. The more I watch David Montgomery has the potential to be probably like a top 8 receiving back in the league. Maybe better. Like, Montgomery acts like a video game character that's coded to break the first tackle. Look at this, for crying out loud. How does he get out of this? Like, that's as rap tackle gets, for crying out loud. Brandon, it's hard to tell because when you can break a tackle just about no problem, it's bananas what you can do in the receiving game. And I get weird when it comes to comparisons. Like, I can't say top 5 literally because you mentioned, like, is he better than Nyheim Hines? And I'm like, I don't know, he's pretty good. But as a check down artist, Montgomery is crazy. Like, he's a way better receiving back than he is a running back, which is kind of goofy, right? But because I think there are a lot of people that would look at David Montgomery and think to yourself, oh, well, he's a power runner. He's like a running back's running back. David Montgomery is a better third. The irony is that Khalil Herbert is a better first down, second down back, and David Montgomery is a better third down running back, but I'm certain the Bears coaches would never see it that way. Like, do y'all get what I mean? I'm sure Montgomery would see that as a demotion, but like Montgomery is actually pretty good third down back with pass protection, like that he's very good at, and check down artist. But Herbert's probably better at just the standard down to down running, whatever. But so yeah, exactly, Ben. Like, he can't pass block at all. On this one, snap's kind of weird. And let's see. Snap's kind of weird. Fields handles it anyways, just sticks it in his running back's gut. I think it's an RSO, but you're definitely not. Despite the fact that, like, the screen's actually the read here. Like, he's taking a look at him, but what Fields is really thinking is, I don't have the ball in my hands. Like, just take it from me, Khalil, and do what you can. And, oh no, you could tell that's Montgomery. Like, it's so funny because you watch enough of these two running backs and you start to see, like, go Khalil Herbert, go Khalil. Oh, he just dunked a defensive lineman on the ground. That's not Khalil Herbert. That's David Montgomery. It would just look a little different if it was Herbert. But it is crazy to me. Like, the people that David Montgomery will break tackles from blow my mind. How does a guy Montgomery's size take 92 on in the hole, and somehow this ends with him still running and 92 sideways in the ground? Like, I don't understand. Some people are just good at football. And Montgomery, like, if he was any faster, he'd have been a first-round pick. I mean, that is crazy. Like, here it is. He doesn't even do it with speed. Look at this. He gets his speed taken from him because Riley Reef can't hit his pull block, like, particularly convincingly. So he does this off of 2 feet, or like two-ish steps, and just dunk before continuing to churn and getting downhill. That's really wild. So solid play for a first down, no less. Nice and easy. Check down to Montgomery, run to Montgomery. Well, RPO, but run to Montgomery. And then we get a nice little series, don't we? Fields has to get his guys in line. Perfectly fine. The Dolphins are starting to vary the way that they place their linebackers. They did a ton of wide 9 alignment, but they played so much cover 1 and cover 3. Not surprising. That's how their defense is set up. But it did make things kind of nice for Fields. Looks like another one of these, like, PA bootleg options where he's going to see the surf right here and just hand it off. But it looks like he's got options. If he wants to boot it, he can. Always hard to tell whether booting it is a correct decision or not, because what would 28 have done had he pulled it right here? More than likely just attacked downhill. But I like that these are in the offense at all, because I think option football, whether it's run-pass option, whether it's speed option, whether it's zone read, I think option football is... I'm not about to predict that it's going to make a comeback, but I do think it's been irritating the snot out of Dallas, Miami, and New England, and I don't see why the Lions are going to suddenly crack it. I mean, the code's tough to break right now, because as soon as you think you have the Bears, they come out and make a heck of a play on you, right? Because it's like, it's not that what the Bears are doing is individually, you're telling me, Adamola, it was part of the deal with Jeff and Lester that they wanted to use Second City Gridiron, and I was like, fine, but we're gonna keep Run Pass Opinion as a show. Within this, I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with the show, but we've obviously got these streams. I've obviously got a 9-week-old. There's a day and an age where we will get this figured out. It might not be today, but I can't wait for our draft stuff. We've got a really cool draft idea that I can't wait to go through. But so, This play, I can't believe I didn't notice this one on the all-22. So it's 2nd and 8. And did we all catch this one in real time? I did. I thought this was really fun. The fact that this is in the playbook at all, I thought was great because the Bears run a reverse, right? Yay, Mooney gets the ball in a reverse. Bummer, it doesn't go for many yards. Did we all notice Justin Fields is running a route? And so, Elon, stay for this because I don't know if this was clear, but Justin Fields is running a touchdown route. And so, this is a throw. Like, if this linebacker doesn't attack Mooney, Mooney absolutely would have pulled up, thrown back to Fields, and nobody would have been there. Like, it's pretty great. The fact that this is in the playbook at all makes me really happy because I'm with you, Jordan. It's a super hard ask for Mooney, but if he gets it off, it's a touchdown. And so I appreciate that this option's in the playbook. When your quarterback is Justin Fields, you don't need Nick Foles leaking out like that. Now you can run at this point to you can run this play. You can run a wide receiver reverse, and you're gonna actually have to make defensive backs hold on to this. And James, I agree, but you got to remember that at least on a play like this, what you would normally do is you would expect that this linebacker doesn't bite down, and so if they kind of surfed the pocket, Mooney can plant his feet and then make the throw. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying that when you've got this much space, throw difficulty changes. You can lollipop it, not unlike the throw that Fields had to Dante Pettis, and close enough will count because this isn't horseshoes and hand grenades. But anyways, it's fun that this is in the playbook. Like you're saying, it doesn't help that Riley Reif gets blown up. But I like that Getsy's trying different things, right? Cohen would have made the throw because Fields of Dreams, statistically speaking, I believe Tariq Cohen is a perfect quarterback. So that's just, facts. But let's see. Because it looked to me like when he caught this ball, okay, so he tucks it. And he immediately just goes into reverse mode, which good for him. He gets a little bit of yardage. But, yeah, Spectre, that's the truth. 3rd and 8. I think it's hard to argue with this being Fields' best throw of the game, which I'm about it. This one is relatively simple. I can't remember what these two do. I think we get just a little curl. We get a post of some kind, and then we get a cross post the other way. Let's watch the play. It'll remind me. But either way, the Bears receivers. Okay, so it looks like we had an out. We had, not a blatant pick route, but I don't have any idea what he thinks he's doing, right? He's pretty much just running up the seam, and it's just not going to him. But so Mooney gets a free release versus his slot corner, Xavier Howard, and he bakes him, and he makes a really nice catch. This is a dime. Totally is. I also want to point out this is a really good play from Mooney. We talked earlier about receivers need to go create space. Yes, Mooney gets gifted some space right here, but he does well to freeze his defensive back. This is a sweet catch. It's not a catch that an NFL receiver shouldn't be able to make, but all the same, it's nice. Nice grab, nice score, needed score, and fun. All that. So then we get to look at the Fields part, where Fields throws this with some, it's not like nasty pressure, but Fields throws this as he's getting bumped because nothing's allowed to be particularly easy from the pocket today. So Fields plants, he throws. As he throws, he's being high-fived by 2 separate defenders, with a third one coming in for a high five right here. So not good. Not really good at all, Bob. Of course, you've got the nose tack. You've got a stunt right here that gets through pretty quick. I get the impression that Chubb beats Jones. I don't know. It's complicated. Is this beating the guy? not really, but like this would be like lowercase pushed, but I don't know. Either way, the throw's sweet. That's really what counts. Because, like, Chubb hits Fields in the helmet. And, yeah, James, I mean, honestly, you could make the argument it was roughing. I just don't want you to. Because while I love Justin Fields, I really would prefer it if we didn't play flag football. And I'm not trying to be all like, the game is soft. But, like, less flags, better. So if you can limit the amount of flags that there are in the game, I think that everybody net wins. It is crazy how little pocket Fields gets. Snap, drop to spot, one hitch, throws, and he gets met by 3 guys. But that's just the game that he's got to play. What a bummer. And so it's a good throw, really good throw. Is it the best throw ever made? No, but it's a good corner throw on 3rd and 8 in the end zone. And you love that, right? Isn't that the key? You know, Fields does some crazy stuff in this game. Crazy stuff in this game. It's not as if all of it is, it has to be amazing. You know, that was a really good throw. Let's see. You mentioned look at 20 seconds. So I don't have the game taped to where I can stop at 20 seconds. What are you specifically looking for? Fields. Is the guy jumping? Because I thought that was goofy. Woot. And then we move on. Now it's 28-17 because the Dolphins started with the ball. They went down, got some points. So the Bears are down 2 scores again. Let's get ripping and rolling. Ever so slightly faster split, by the way, on getting through the second quarter. Oh, that's funny. And makes me a little sad, but there you go. Just play action, quick screen out, gets it eaten up. Oh no, that's totally true, Ben. You're right. Just play action. It might be an RPO. It's probably an RPO. It's an RPO. No, it's not. Looks like run action, play action. But in time, hits the flat. Sometimes it'll work. Sometimes it won't. Like, that's normal offense, right? I can't help but think that the neat part about watching Fields operate a normal-looking offense is that normal offenses get 2 yards from time to time, and that's okay. Like, yeah, it would have been James. But so, let's get that like count up, folks. 211 viewers, only 48 likes. We can do a little better. Go, team, go. Hit that, smash that like button. Hit subscribe. YouTubers speak as we continue to go. So, you can see more good defensive line play. I mean, watch what happens to 70 here. It's not a great moment from Braxton Jones, sure. But everybody gets a relatively decent block, except for Jones, who gets mugged by 92 right here. Like, great job by 92. They are playing ball. Like, this Dolphins defensive line, massive respect. Love it. Really do. Like, if the Bears can get a defensive line like this, we will get to watch defensive tape. Because right now, it just makes me sad. Also, are we all ready? Okay, I want everybody to just take a deep breath. I want you to enter a state of total peace. I want you to, Elon, I'm glad that I was able to just hold you for this one, because now we get to just enjoy this play. We get to just drink in a moment that I think everybody couldn't believe actually happened. I couldn't believe it actually happened. I mean, wow. This play is bananas. Top to bottom. Absolutely crazy. Let's watch it from the back angle, and then we'll go through it. So, the play call is pretty boring. But fun fact. It's just mesh. And so, the Dolphins, like, Tyler, we're going to get plenty of opportunities to watch it again. But Fields at this point just goes crazy. Let's see. The most clear detriment when you look at other units and realize they're better, it's typically because they spent capital that pace. Yeah. Wait, so Jordan, say it again. Like, say whatever you're saying, but rephrase it so that I can better understand what you're saying. Are you saying that they just underinvested in the defensive line? But so what's going on here, if I saw it correctly, because I need to make sure I know who it was. But so the Bears are running mesh, generally with mesh, especially with man, you're trying to pick the guys off of each other. Like, you literally run these corner routes, and right here, you're supposed to have both guys just impacting each other, right? They go clunk, because you mesh, and one of them gets open. That's the idea, right? If they don't, you've got Darnell Mooney coming for like a spot route right here. Sometimes they'll replace it with a dig route that you're supposed to throw on time in the same timing. But either way, the general mesh triangle, as it were, is one read over here, one read over here, one read over here, right? And yeah, exactly, Sean. And if I could be honest, sometimes it kind of bums me out that the pro QB YouTubers are all over Fields, because like Fields is a bit of a content goldmine, but I really don't mind. I think we all enjoy going through the film slowly but surely. I think eventually some other position that isn't Fields will matter enough that they're worth doing a video on. I'm still cooking up the Eddie Jackson one. I had to get over the fact that for weeks I thought he was about to get traded, and so I slowed my production. But Eddie's still a baller, and he'll be part of the defense going forward. But either way, it's this mesh triangle that you're really looking at when it comes to just like what the play is supposed to do. And the Dolphins switch to zone, which throws the whole thing away. Because when you're in zone, he's covered, and unless Fields throws it like right now, the fact that Mooney, like, he could probably still get the ball to Mooney right here. So what's going on? Well, if you guessed Fields is dealing with pressure, you're right. Chubb gets around and forces pressure right here, where if Fields stepped into this throw and ripped it super on time, he probably could have gotten it there, but you would have literally needed your receiver right here to duck, which you could do that. It's not that it's impossible. It's more that right now this isn't really Fields' game, dealing with pressure while simultaneously getting the ball out, right? We've been talking about that since the Texans game, since the Packers game. Like, Fields tends to move, then shoot, so to speak. And so within this, like, Fields steps up in the pocket, then Mooney is ready to catch the ball. Fields sees the throw. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Right, Spectre? Fields sees the throw. Like, I really get the impression the more I watch this isn't a pump fake. He really does think that he's going to throw it to him. But then Mooney turns his head and the throw's not open anymore. Like, I mean, you can't throw to this. So Fields has to get his second hand up to stop the ball from falling out of his hands. And at that point, game on. Beats one defender, beats a second defender, beats a third defender, beats a fourth defender. Nice block for Mooney right there. Outruns a fifth defender. And I mean, part of me wonders if by the time Fields actually got to the end zone, he was like half shocked that it happened at all. Because this is sort of a botched play in the world of pressure that gets turned into a 61-yard touchdown run because, goodness gracious, he's just the best athlete on the field. Exactly, Grant. Just like they drew it up, right? But so again, snap, looks for mesh, realizes immediately that he's got zone coverage, so it doesn't work, or like the play isn't what they thought it would be. Then steps up in the pocket, we like that. Finds the read that he wants. We like that. Looks to throw. We like that, don't we? That his immediate reaction is, let's throw the ball. But the throw's not open. Fine. I'll just use my God-given gifts to embarrass everybody on the football field. If I have to, whatever. Like, fine. Twist my arm and I'll just go embarrass everybody on the football field. You know? And I hear you, Derek, like I do, that Mapletron might be better. Yeah, right, Brandon. Fine. I'll just go score on my own then. Look at this. This is just so nuts that he's able to, like, so not only does he pull the ball down, but he turns. Like, he speed turns right here to step out of a tackle, regains his balance whilst cutting back the other way, and literally has more long speed than David Montgomery at quarterback. And I think he's heavier than David Montgomery too. He's just a crazy athlete. I mean, when people say he's an alien, he's an alien. So, Spectre, I'm with you. I think Mapletron is the best because it's the stupidest nickname I've just about ever heard. But given that Claypool is Canadian, I think it's just hilarious. Like, I think it's so simple, short, and unique that I'm like, I love it. Like, he doesn't have to actually be he doesn't have to be Megatron, so to speak. He just Mapletron. It's so funny. It has major baby Gronk vibes. If I can say the thing that isn't so fun, I think that whenever you make a nickname that's built off of somebody else's nickname, that's rarely good. Like, if your nickname is somebody good light, then I feel like that never works well for you, you know? But I'm curious to hear what y'all think about that. Like, yeah, no kidding, right, Mike? Right, Marshall? But so yeah, it is, Grant, exactly. I would love to see guys get their own unique nickname. I don't know what Fields' nickname is going to end up being, but yeah, exactly, Brandon. This is also always nice. Look, it's only a 2-point conversion, but can I just point out that every time the Bears are able to run a 2-point conversion. So first of all, score at this point in the game. We haven't talked about this much, right? But the Bears are not only keeping it simple stupid on 3rd and 1 and converting like crazy, but so right now it is 28-23. I understand that not everybody agrees with me, right? But so the 1 gets you to 28-24. What's the point, right? Like, that doesn't, I don't think that really helps you. So adding the extra 1, so that it's 2, obviously, gets you to 28-25, and then you're within 3. And so as much as, like, because I completely hear you, Marshall, but in the world of justification, you got to remember that the exclusive and specific reason that the Bears were able to drive for 3 points at the end of the game instead of needing a touchdown is because they went for this. Right? And if they had missed this, they still would have had to go get a touchdown. Or, like, if they'd made the extra point or missed this, they still would have had to get a touchdown either way. You do this so that you can keep the game between 3. Like, I hear you, Adamola. Like, and Harrison, I'm sure that's totally true, right? Where it's like, you like it because because it worked. But, and I'm with you, Marshall. Like, as much as anything else, I like the fact that this is just Justin Fields scoring an easy looking touchdown. Like, we can take that too. That's perfectly cool. But so let's see, the group of his best friend from Colin mini group. I sure hope so, Edgy Bear, because I do think that Claypool has a little bit of growing up to do, if you want my personal opinion. But I think that this could very well be a place for him to grow in and get better. Now, hang on. We're not at the Griffin play yet. That's the second one. Because Elon, that's the Kmet touchdown where they run the Griffin play again. But so, let's see. I don't think so, Edgy. Not to mention, like, Mike Tomlin. I think Mike Tomlin's a great coach. Obviously, Mike Tomlin's kept some pretty wild personalities in check within like Steeler land. Goodness gracious, by the way. Sam Mustipher just gets owned. And it's not just Mustipher. We've mentioned almost every lineman today. But, like, look at this. Look at this lineman rattling Sam Mustipher around because he can. Like, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Just step out, make the hit. Goodness gracious. But so, yeah, no kidding, Akusai. But so, like, I feel like with Chase Claypool, the main thing that I know I'm sitting here thinking about is Claypool is, look, okay, so I don't know how many people younger than like 20 are in this stream. Happy to see you. We're not ageist here. But Gen Z is very different than us millennials, which was very different than the generation that came before us, right? And I feel like Claypool is about as Gen Z gets. And I'm not here to try and necessarily suggest that, like, that's bad. But I do think that I almost get the impression watching the Claypool that has moved over to here, right, to Chicago. And somebody that I was watching said he looks like a rookie, right? Yikes. Fields, that's trouble. But so, like, Brandon, because I hear you, like, people hating on Claypool for the TikTok stuff, but it's just social media. Man, I actually think that there's some truth to the idea that, like, some people in the league don't like football. Like, I mean, that sounds ridiculous, right? But there are some people in the league that are so good at football that it's a good career, and they play it because it makes them a lot of money, or because it gets them a sweet brand. Right? I'm not about to say that I think Juju Smith-Schuster is one of those guys. I don't know Juju at all, right? But in, like in Pittsburgh, I tend to think that by his third year, like the year that the Bears just traded for him, I don't think Claypool was like near as checked in as he was in his first year. And you can call that a him problem. You can call that a them problem. But like, I do think that the Bears traded for Claypool under the assertion that they think that they can get Chase Claypool to take a next step that he wasn't going to take in Pittsburgh. Will he? I don't know, right? Like, will Chase Claypool fall in love with football again? He's got a lot of energy, right? He's got a lot of, he's got a lot of spirit out on the football field. It's the, what's the word? Like, it's about technique. Like, I don't know why, but Ben, you strike me as somebody, I don't know. You remember you said that you just watched a bunch of videos, but like when I watch Claypool, I'm seeing somebody with an absolutely absurd amount of physical ability. But to use an example, I want to see Claypool take a step from the guy who gets hit at the end of the game and complains about not getting defensive pass interference to the guy who gets hit at the end of the game and catches it anyways, right? Like, I want to see that step. And I think that's a mental step. Like, I think that there's a difference. So to use an example, Derek, because you're right, like, it's not about being disinterested on Sundays. To use something that a coach was just saying to me, not 40 minutes ago, because that was a while ago, but like 4 hours ago, Jordan, he was saying, like, do you love playing on Sundays? Do you love putting the jersey on? Do you love taking pictures? Or do you love waking up at 5 a.m. to go through your drills? Do you love 8 p.m. in the film room when nobody else is there? Do you love not eating that extra thing because it's going to slow you down come game day? There are some people that like football, and there are some people that love football. And as much as I know it's corny to say it, that's part of why when Justin Fields is sitting in a presser when nobody expects anything from him, and he's saying, I just got to get up an extra hour early to study more. Like, that, I think that's the guy you go, holy moly, you love football. Like, football is you. And you see it on the football field because Justin Fields has taken such radical steps forward. Like, let's put superstardom on the shelf. Justin Fields has gone from, he looks like he has no idea what he's doing, to somebody that's balling. Like, even if he's balling within a relatively unique formula, you know? Like, it's not like Fields has categorically fixed all of the issues that have plagued him throughout this season. We are seeing a lot of things that Fields can do better, should do better going forward. Mistakes that can be cleaned up, but he's figuring out anyways because he's found a way to win and he's attacking it. I mean, like you're saying, Kyle, you could just tell he wants to get that little bit better and win whatever that looks like, right? I'm with you, Jordan, that like I also think that that's Mooney more than Claypool, but can I be honest? Like Ben said it earlier, I can't help but think that when your quarterback is somebody that just lives and breathes it, that you as a receiver, how do you not get caught up in that? I'll give you a silly story, right? Like I am 5'5", and when I was at my fittest was still 190 pounds. I'm a dense boy, right? Like I am not fit for water. And yet, in my senior year of college, I swam almost every morning, like with friends of mine, because a guy that I knew in my fraternity that had gone to Air Force was he thought swimming was the best workout possible. And so I, as somebody who it's not like I can barely swim, but swimming's just not easy for me, swam a ton because a good leader swept me up, and I didn't have the discipline to go swimming by myself, but I had the discipline to go with Joel and the rest of the guys, right? And so, whatever, Marshall. Like I don't think it's quite that hard, but it's more to say that like my hope would be with Claypool that he gets swept up in it. Like, you know what I'm saying, guys? Like Jordan, like Ben, like everybody in here, like my hope is that Claypool, who's incredibly talented, that he just gets swept up in what I hope is the culture that the Bears are building. And so it's because, Ben, you mentioned like with Flus, it's more likely, but exactly, Edgy. I mean, he basically gets peer pressured into being a better pro. And so I don't know what that'll look like. I really don't. But I think that everybody kind of jumping in together might make his craft better. Plus Tyke Tolbert, plus the rest. And so if he can translate all of that energy and all of the physicality and all of the talent that he has into details, releases off the line of scrimmage, cuts inside, more angry running at the same time, I think the Bears may awaken a beast in Claypool. But I got to be honest with you, that's projection, right? We haven't seen this beast yet. We got like a little glimpse of it as a rookie, and he actually went down, right? But I do think that Claypool is the Bears' best shot right now at like a dude, but they got to wake it up out of him, right? This is like one of those baseball teams that trades for a hitter and the hitter just explodes, but he didn't go off in his first team, right? He changed locations and then just blossomed. The physicality is in there. Like the beast is in there. It's just a matter of getting the details refined, like releasing off the line well, not being sloppy. That's it, James. I mean, hey, I'll tell you what, in intramural football in college, we're going to get back into it, but in intramural football in college, does it surprise you at all that I was just a killer? So I played center. Because if you've ever played intramural flag football, the center goes out for a route all the time. And so I just ran a bunch of all-purpose routes. Team's clear leading receiver because I was the center. I mean, I was easy to find. But it was fun just running all over the place. Anyways, that's just me in like intramural collegiate football, B league at that. But so I did play quarterback for a little while, but that's a different question. To the Komet Chase thing, look how much fun you're getting together. Everyone gets extensions at the same time. Oh, shucks, guys, help me afford it. Yeah, Grant, no kidding. That's exactly right, Pesos. But so Claypool mentioned they stopped utilizing him in 50-50 balls and quick balls. Yeah, I mean, 100%. Like, but I agree with you, Sean, that I think that's what you meant when you talked about Flus. I get you now that Tyke Tolbert will go in there and he'll basically, you're saying that Tyke would be the guy to say like, Chase, what are you doing? Like, you're getting a loaf for that. Like, come on, we gotta be better than this. I agree, and if I can be honest, Flus's culture with Andy Dalton would probably make everybody in here sad, you know? Because I don't know if that would ring as well. But when your quarterback is basically like the number one guy that's like listening and really drinking in that let's be detailed culture, I think that it starts to work. But so here on another play, Fields just, casually gets away from everybody. Best player on the field. There's a hold. So this one comes back, which stinks. But from a physical reps perspective, it's always wild watching, nobody get open. That's wild in a bad way. But then Fields just make the play work, right? You can see right here that it's Mustipher specifically. So both Mustipher and Jenkins get beat. Like Jenkins' hands just get slapped away. This is not a good rep by 76. And then Mustipher hangs on to him because he doesn't want his quarterback to die. This is a good hold. I would take this hold again. 10 out of 10, would hold again. And then Fields just says, you know what? What if I just ran on out of bounds? Let's see. Is this the one where... Yeah, I think this is the McDaniels play. Where he tells Fields, okay, pal, you got to stop. Now, as far as the passing concept goes, it's kind of nothing. It's play action scissors, and it's just... It is going to be rare for you to hear me say, in this stage of the offense, wow, what an interesting passing concept. How well worked. And when you do hear it, great. I'm happy for them too. Oh man, it's not even that. It's just like a fade. It's like this, flat route, and then a fade. Whatever. I mean, hate to say it, but against even a soft zone like what Miami's playing, there's not really anything open. Running's the best call here, which I don't like. I prefer it when my quarterback gets to throw it. I guess maybe if you were really daring, you could try to stick it to Harry right here, but I'm not 100% sure 52 doesn't potentially cut that play down. So it's weird watching the Bears passing game really not have any answers. It's cool watching Justin Fields be the answer. So that's fun. But it obviously comes, okay, I'm not going to call it a price. We don't need to be too dramatic. But obviously comes yeah, you get the idea. Fields of Dreams, I hear you with JF having a big passing game. I actually want to caution everybody to take a bit of a chill pill with the Detroit game, because Detroit's had two relatively decent defensive performances back to back now against Dallas, where they had held they held Dallas to 6. This was an awful throw. If you really need more analysis, I can give you more analysis, but it's just a slant and Fields doesn't throw it well. Is it partially because he's a little late? JT O'Sullivan thinks it might be. Pop, step forward, strike. But I also think the throw can get there. Take the snap. I don't think you need the full drop. Me personally, I think you could take the snap, plant your feet, wait for it, throw the ball. But that's just me, right? I'm not a quarterback footwork expert, but I want the throw coming out as he breaks. It comes out after he breaks, so it's a little late. And like you're saying, Ben, I agree that he needs that footwork. I also think that that he's getting coached, obviously. So I don't know what the answer is here. It's obviously a low football. We can all see that. But from a footwork perspective, I'm expecting his quick game stuff to grow a little bit. I guess I'm just glad he threw it, because he really doesn't throw slants almost ever. But like you're saying, yeah, J2K, he has been a little slow. I think he'll get better. But so, anyways, with Green Bay, obviously Green Bay would have hung a lot more points on Detroit had they, A, not had everybody get carted off the field fundamentally, but B, had they not thrown so many picks in the red zone. So that doesn't help, right? The other thing that I think I'd mention, okay, so right now, Fields has had good games against really tough defenses and poor games against defenses where everybody expected him to pop the top off. Though he had a pretty good game against Minnesota, and Minnesota's passing attack kind of sucks, or like passing defense kind of sucks. So I don't know. I think Fields will do fine. The problem is that I do think that it's also very easy for us to expect very little of him when he's playing against a good defense. And right now he's smoking hot against good defenses because everybody, whether you're the Dolphins, whether you're, I hear you, Ben, but also let's point out that whether you're the Dolphins, whether you're the Cowboys, whether you're New England, or whether you're the Lions, right? Everybody has fundamentally the same problem with Justin Fields right now, and that's that they don't really play against any quarterbacks like him. So if what the defense or if the DC trots out doesn't work, you're hosed, right? It's hard to make in-game adjustments against a guy who is just facing you down one-on-one and beating you in a foot race or breaking the tackle. So if the Bears can get the passing game working, that'll be great. I want them to. Don't hear me as being down on it or not wanting to, right? It's more to say that the Lions probably don't have like a major mismatch in the trenches. Like most of the teams that we've played, Washington, New England, Dallas, and Dolphins, have all whooped our offensive line. And so I don't think the Detroit defensive line, like, yes, they've got Hutch, but like, it's not as good as those, right? I'm not a Lions expert, so anybody who knows more, please chip in. Like, happy to jump in and whatever, and talk about it. But the 4 defensive lines I just mentioned were kind of nasty. So what happens after, like, as they go to play the Lions? I'm not certain, But I also think that getting hyped up over that makes sense, Jordan. But so. What I'm thinking is that if we hype Fields up as he has to have a huge game, then it opens the door for disappointment. Whereas Fields has now had 3 back-to-back weeks of 28 plus points. And so I hope he pops off too. But we got to take a breath and remember that quarterback development isn't linear. And so with quarterback development not being linear, I think it's only realistic to expect a down game coming eventually. Not like 3 picks, you know what I mean? But just a down game. The weird part is that you could almost argue within some of this game that Fields made some mistakes. Like it's not an amazing game from him passing wise. He's just the best athlete on the football field, and he started playing like it. So he just hit that mark. But I don't know. Like, I would love to see a big jump forward. Like you're saying, Steve A. It would be sweet if Chase had more reps and that ultimately works out really well for him. But like you're saying, Ben, it may be the first time in weeks that he has time to throw again, and who's to say that he's going to handle that super well? I don't know. Like, again, not trying to tank on Fields, more just trying to point out that the way that these things do tend to seesaw, like a down game is coming. I don't know who it's against, and it would be very narrative for Fields to struggle against a bad defense and then a whole bunch of Twitter, just go to the dunk machine. Oh, you got wrecked by Detroit. Like, it almost feels written in the stars. So I hope that I come back and I'm like, I'm so thankful that didn't happen in next week's stream and next week's Bear With Me. That'd be great. But it's not that I'm expecting regression. It's that I'm trying to chill out and basically try to put myself in the frame of mind of I'm expecting a performance like New England. Relatively balanced, probably fairly high scoring, not superstardom. I expect the Bears' run game and their receivers to look a little better and Fields to look a little bit more like a manager, because his team kind of gets better when they play against talent that isn't better than his, right? Like, we'll see. But I don't know. And Ben, if you think the down game is where you move the ball super well but don't score in the red zone, then the down game was Washington, because that's what happened. Like in Washington, they had 400 yards of offense, didn't they? They just absolutely screwed the red zone up. Like, I mean, they just botched the red zone holistically all over the place. So I don't know. I mean, I think more than anything, can I be honest with you guys before we keep going? But I will honestly look you guys in the virtual eyes and tell you, I don't know how to live in a world where the Bears quarterback is a superstar. I don't. Do you? Because we can all say we do, but I don't know how to live in a world where the Bears quarterback is a superstar. That's just hard to believe. And so there's part of me that just imagines that you can't actually expect your quarterback to play well when he's supposed to play well. Like, we've never gotten to do that, right? And so if Fields comes out and just smokes the Lions, like, I mean, looks like Dak Prescott against the Bears, against the Lions, that would just be different. I'm not saying it's going to happen. In fact, I think it won't, right? But it can't not. Like, it's gonna be weird. And so, because like you're saying, Pesos, last year he did play well against the Lions. The Lions are not super good. The Lions used to be Mitch's elixir game, where, man, if Mitch could have just played the Lions, he would have won Super Bowls on Super Bowls on Super Bowls. And like you're saying, Joe, I mean, in my entire Bears career, every time the Bears get propped up, we get destroyed. Every time the Bears get every time the Bears get tamped down, they surprise. The Bears were getting unilaterally made fun of against before the New England game, and they won. Like, the Dallas game, everybody wrote them off, and that was competitive. Like, no kidding, John. It's rug pulls on rug pulls on rug pulls. But I say all this because as the Bears do go to play against the Lions, like, there are some serious things that I look at right now, and it's like, I don't know what any defense in football does to really keep Justin Fields in check on plays like this, or plays like that, or plays like that. Because you got to remember that Aiden Hutchinson's a human being, right? He's built up habits rushing the passer against Aaron Rodgers, against Kirk Cousins, against not necessarily like Dak Prescott, but you get what I'm saying. Like, think tall, slow quarterbacks, normal quarterbacks. And when you do that against Justin Fields, you get baked. You get embarrassed. You give up 20 yards. Like, it's crazy. And so seeing what the Bears are doing, seeing them rally around their quarterback, this feels unusual. This feels like uncharted territory to some degree. I mean, Joe, I agree with you that I can't help but thinking, like, I can't help thinking that there's a ton of stuff that, like, you say, Ben, that, like, Chubb and Phillips got torched even. Parsons did not play great. Like, it was crazy watching what happened in Dallas. Judon did not, like, Judon smoked Borum, but it's not like it helped them much. It's crazy. Let's see. Fields, you mentioned, like, being a defensive guy, how would I contain Justin Fields? Right now, what I would probably try to do is I would I would want to play man, right? Because I actually think that this game is teach tape for how to try to shut the Bears down. I think that the day that they beat you in man is, like, you let them have that, and then you go at them again in man. From a rushing perspective, I would probably try to box Fields into the pocket. I know, Kyle Birch, that you're going to jump on me for saying this, but if I was a defensive guy today, I would make Fields stand in the pocket forever and, like, just let him find something to throw. Because later in the game, the Dolphins accidentally give Fields a forever pocket. He tosses him an interception. Like, I mean, I just wouldn't let Fields run, period. I would make his receivers beat us. Like, and because I think that's just your best shot. Like, once you let Fields beat you with his legs, you are killing yourself. You are drinking poison. Like, within this offense, you can't let Fields run. The problem is, I think teams are letting Fields run on accident. Like, they're trying to sack the guy that takes all the sacks, right? But it would be like, I mean, that's what Fields is known for. taking a bazillion sacks. He took one, and then he sacked himself on another one for however much that means to you. Like, everything else he wiggled out of and punished the defense for big gains on the ground. Like, it's weird, but the Lions have to, yeah, exactly, Fields. Like, if I was, especially if I was a man team, but like, I would just run a lot of man, try, basically dare the wide receivers to beat me, and if they started beating me, I'd adjust, but I'd start there. Like, I would make Fields make tight window throws. I think Fields is uncomfortable making tight window throws, and I think given the week that he's coming off of, if I deployed this game plan, I think Fields would try to run on me anyways. And at that point, what I'd probably do is I'd play like man. To be clear, I'd play not true man, just wide receiver man. Then I'd have these linebackers sit right here. So yeah, they're like kind of they're kind of spies, but mostly they're just like they're sitting in a zone so that if the running back kicks out into either flat for a check down, we've got somebody there to pick him up, and you've got somebody there to potentially check Fields. Like you're saying, Spectre, I agree with you. Both Mooney and Claypool might be man beaters, but right now, if you're asking me, how do I come up with a game plan that isn't going to get me killed against Justin Fields? That's what I would do, is I would just bet on my guys over the Bears guys, because mostly I think that Getsy's biggest blind spot right now is that his passing calls for against man feel uninspired. Like, yes, you could point out that the receivers need to do better, but I also don't think that the routes are helping them out. Like, I don't think Mooney sucks this bad against man, especially when we watched him with a decent man call, like win in the red zone. That's the hardest place that you can win. So the fact that on, I don't know, budget second and down, the Bears can't generate any separation whatsoever feels as much a problem with very, 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 very like ho-hum play call. Of course, Steve A, catch you next time. Like, that it feels as much about the ho-hum play call as it does the fact that the Bears receivers aren't Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. Like, I get it. It's not like the Eagles aren't just like, dosing themselves at receiver. I also want a Justin Jefferson. I don't know how open Justin Jefferson would be getting behind some of these things. Just being real. Like, I'm sure he'd be getting open. He's Justin Jefferson. But you get what I mean. And so that's what I do within this. That like I would probably try to pressure cook Fields, and I would just let him. BG, we're in the third. We're getting to the fourth. Let's just keep moving, because we've got some more game to cover. This is the 3rd and 18. Fields rolls out. Fields flicks the ball down the field. There's just not much there. Like Albono, Fields or Getsy would get them open against man by, for instance, okay, so we're looking at cover 3. Call an out, for crying out loud. Your receiver feints up the field like he's running a go. He runs an out. Zip it. In cover 1, slant city, baby. Like, there's a whole bunch of other routes the Bears are calling that aren't these lopey over routes, because to be clear, the difference between a slant and an over is huge in the world of man, because one of them stems like you're going a certain direction and then breaks in. The other, like, you very clearly round it over and now you're running a shallow cross, or like a shallow or medium shallow over. It's a zone beater. You're passing through the zones. But so that's just my 2 cents. Taking a look at this play call. It's 3rd and 18. Is it a screen? Because immediately these tight ends just engage their guy. Who is this to? What are they doing? It has to be a screen. I don't know who it's a screen to. I really don't. It must be a screen to Pettis. But, like, that's all I can think of. Because, like, nobody's ever... This is hilarious. Is it to Komet? It being a tight end screen just wouldn't even be weird. No, because Komet's in the blocking pattern. They're both blocking. I don't know what this is. Maybe it's to Herbert, but he screwed the side up. How weird. Well, let's just move on from that one. Yeah, this is definitely oh, oops, and you move on. I think it's to Pettis. Like, I think Pettis just completely doesn't separate and then just starts jogging. And so Fields is like, fine, and just rolls out and gets rid of the ball. Fine, whatever. I didn't want to throw it to you anyways. Whatever. I don't care. No, I don't care. I promise. So then, this one was really funny to me, if only because the whole play is just actually kind of stupid. Like, the whole play, I think, is so funny. Because on one hand, Fields' guys get blanketed. So, one other thing the Bears need to eventually stop doing, but, it's not today, their offensive line kind of sucks, is doing these, like, 1A, 1B routes, where it's just pick the side you like. In this side, I believe that Fields picks Pettis, but I need to watch it again to be sure. No, he picks Mooney, but Mooney's guy blankets him. So, Fields doesn't throw it. I don't really blame him, because there's a defender that's just sitting underneath. You really can't throw this. Like, so then Fields works back the other way after, dodging this. So he gets through, looks back. He doesn't, or like at this point, they've been flagged for a hold. So then Fields runs over, sees his receiver open. I appreciate that he sees the receiver open, and it's not even as if the throw is bad. This is just a reminder that in the NFL, things aren't always as open as these look. Like, this is rough, in my opinion. It's not rough from Fields like I hate it, but this is like very clearly a learning moment, because I also would have thought this was open, right? But as soon as you throw to the sideline, the receiver can only go so far. And so Fields thinks he's got it, throws it. You get a horrible look at it because thank you, son, right? Like you're saying, Kyle, it's a learning moment and it does have to happen. But it's hilarious because you were asking me earlier about how I would defend against Justin Fields. This is one of those where, like, thank goodness it happened on a down that doesn't count, because yes, it's a hold. Yes, it's a hold. I get it. Okay, just let this one go. Like, in a sense, this is this is what happens if you give Fields forever and a day in the pocket, and apparently he's just going to throw you an interception like that. Not good. Like you're saying, Ben, I mean, a good receiver will go back and get it for you. Like you're saying, ESB doesn't, or like he drifts down the line. The ball also comes out of Fields' hand pretty poorly, which I would imagine he'd want back. It's not a good throw. Like, that's okay. When people talk about, or when PFF talks about Fields' or like his passing grade, which I'm not about to defend, but like, just in case you're wondering, I think it's largely because of this play. Like, this is a bad one. It doesn't count, thank goodness. It's still a bad rap, but we love free learning moments. I think that there's some truth to the idea that Fields could settle in the pocket or just check it down. Like, he doesn't have to throw everything, but also it's just a nice reminder that good corners are good, and good corners can track the ball, and your receiver may need to help you out a little more. Ben, the hold is... Yeah, AC, exactly. They tagged Reef for the hold here because you could see him holding. He did not block. The defender makes a vested effort to get inside. Oh, on the Dolphins. It's at the top of the route. So we'd have to go back. I had to watch and watch and watch. Well, all I'm telling you is the flag's right there. Can we see it? Like, let me take a look at the stream so that I can be sure. Flag is up here. And the reason that matters is because I can tell you, Ben, in case this is what you're thinking, Fields did not see the flag before he threw it because it had not been thrown yet. So Fields fully intended for this to be a standard throw, so to speak. And, the flag is launched into orbit, but the flag bails him out. So that's nice. All the same, love a free learning moment. Especially a free learning moment that we can turn into points, right? It's really the major blemish of the game, which is fine. Ben, to back it up a little bit, this one's just for you. It's like Grant's saying, honestly, the flag that they gave to the Bears is one that if the uniform was in the other color, not good. Or we would not like it. It's right here. Touches it up. He touches him up just a little bit as he attacks. And then Pettis tries to get out. And there's just a little bit of a hook. And so it's not bad. Not really. But we take it. Jarrell, he did have an interception called back last week, but last week's was fair. He got hit in the face and threw the ball falling backwards on account of it. So a rough in the passer interception, like a hit during throw interception, that's one thing. But an interception getting called back because of a holding call, I'm just not certain Justin was aware of. That's not a great rep, but whatever. That's just me, though. I'm willing to be overly hard on Fields where I think he didn't play well, because I'll also be a total homer, or at least sound like one, about the things Fields did do well, because the things Fields does do well are awesome. They are things that no one can really do, and that's fine. I love it too. Darius. Well, he has 10 TDs. Is it 10 total TDs, or is it 10 10 passing touchdowns? Because I'd believe either at this point. They get the sweep to Pettis, and you gotta love it. When you're sneaking Dante Pettis on these sneaks or on these carries for 4 yards ish, that's perfectly fine. That's, you're getting a defense pretty good. So then the Dolphins are loading the box a little bit. We've got a zone read right here. Yeah, no kidding, MJ. I mean, a lot of great, wonderful passing fakes. So looks like he surfs the edge with a corner sitting outside. So Fields watches, decides he doesn't feel like running it, gives it off to Herbert, and Herbert goes and gets 4 more yards. Oh, that was Claypool. You're right, Akusai. Thank you. You could really feel the 11-10. But I'll improve. I'm going to pick it back up because I can do this. We get a little fake off to, or not fake off, just a little handoff to David Montgomery, and we're back in 3rd and 2. Awful lot of third downs in this game. Now it's time to go convert. They don't. Oh, yeah, it's this one. So this is one of those, it's not quite you tell me. I love the toss out where I love this. This is a great look, isn't it? Yes, you've got somebody coming down, but you've got Braxton Jones coming to block him. You should be able to get this. Not all the way up, but at least the line to gain, right? If there's an area where Montgomery's weak, it's the fact that his speed is just not amazing, and he does not get the yards. Now, would Herbert get the yards? Yes. Would Herbert be more indicative of a toss-out? He might be, because it's 3rd and 2. So they're trying. You got to remember, these toss-outs are designed to get the defense biting inside. Because Fields catches it and basically offers a handoff. You're just trying to freeze the defense for a little bit so that you can get positive blocking angles. And, I mean, just like we see here, take guys completely out of the play. Number 9, for instance, never actually makes an impact because of the toss-out. Because of the way the Bears set it up, they're able to get a major advantage. Just might need a slightly faster running back. So, 4th and 1. I love that Eberflus went for it. I feel like he really understands games the way that I would hope he does. They go for a sneak, nothing fancy. You don't need some major downhill run. You don't need I don't know, Ben. And as much as I'd love to go back for it, we'll see. Or like we're not going to. So now we're finally in the fourth quarter. The split actually isn't that bad, but it's mostly because the Dolphins ate up the whole third quarter. Then I love the fact that Eberflus keeps it simple. I mean, we don't get dives. We don't get rollouts. The Bears understand that they can get it off of QB sneaks, like get the yards off of QB sneaks, and so they just do. I loved this throw. By the way, you want to talk about process over results? The Dolphins are going to drop into a cover. So it's like, this is cover 3, right? Let's see. Oh, James, I wouldn't worry about it. That's what I'm here for. Let's see. You mentioned 52 on the commandment. That is hilarious. Oh, that's great. 52 is just like, are you kidding me? You guys really ran it? I hate you. But so, anyways, this is not literally Tampa 2, but the way that they play this feels like 2 to the side, 3 to the boundary. Okay? I'm guessing when I say that, right? But it sure looks to me like this linebacker turns and imitates Tampa 2. And so if you're going to play Tampa 2, Fields throws the ball exactly where it needs to be. Like, he recognizes it super well. Soon as you see this linebacker, I'll try to get the frame. As soon as you see this, throw it. Like, this is nice. Get the ball over, right? They're in what looks to me like, now you can really see it. 2 to the field, 3 to the boundary, right? With a split down the middle. And so the fact that this pressure happens and ruins a potential big completion, I could care less about. We have to separate Fields from that, right? So of course I am. Absolutely. The main thing I'm looking at is that Fields made the right read and made a better throw than he made during the Texans game. Johnny, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. It really is. Zach Miller would have made the play. I like it. I want to see them use Cole Kmet a little more too. Did Kelsey really say 90? Wait, what has a 92% quarterback sneak? Is it Fields? But so what I don't love is that the Bears get beat by, I mean, it's not basic, but it's not a hard stunt. Look at how open 15 gets. Like, Jenkins does not adjust well to this stunt at all. Makes me wonder whether the opposing defensive lines are just going to start stunting Jenkins like crazy, because this is bad, guys. Like, I'm not trying to be overwhelmingly like negative. 15 is quick, but he gets through almost literally untouched. Never good. Like, clearly there are some things about guard that that's sweet, Marshall. That's awesome. But so clearly there are some things about guard that Tev needs to learn. What's really crazy to me, Marshall, is you say that the sneak is 92% efficient. The Bears quarterback sneaks under the Nagy era must have been 55%. Like, not never, but not that often, which was bananas, you know? And yeah, I'm with you, Brandon, where it's like, it looked like he went into tackle mode, so to speak, and forgot that as a guard, sometimes you just got to pass things off. But so, whatever. I think, third and 1 was impossible when we were running Nagy ball. Kmet does a decent job to get open. Might like to see him separate just a little bit more, but that's literally, that is me asking more than Kmet will ever be able to deliver. So I don't want to be unfair to the guy. It's not that tough, James. They keep making it. Like, even when they've got Cole Kmet running the sneak, they'll get right on through. So then we get a nice little Mooney quick throw. The Sun hates all 22 review, so it doesn't really help us here. But it looks to me like this is just a super basic, like, in, curl, post combo with an easy curl up top. Throw comes out on time. Mooney breaks a tackle. 10 yards, the easy way. We love it. Almost feels like it, Marshall, but you got to think it would happen eventually. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Those throws are hard enough, like without pressure. O-Town, you're right. I love the concept of I'm relearning to be okay with the sneak. But yeah, J2K, I imagine Jenkins will clean it up. It's more that it's a positive rep from Fields. We don't have to turn everything into, oh, negative rep from this guy. I hate this guy. But this is a super sweet little bootleg. They pull the fake on him again. Look at how clean this is. Nice and easy. So JT O'Sullivan highlighted this play. I'm also going to highlight this play because while Fields makes this look crazy easy, let's talk about Dante Pettis, more like blocking extraordinaire, who I'll slow-mo it for you guys. Pettis is going to chip the edge rusher nice and hard, back off, get to his spot, realize Fields is running it, chip the guy coming over for him really hard, and then eat a huge hit from behind. Boom. Right there. That I actually wonder, had the referee paid attention to it, like that almost, am I being soft? That looks like unnecessary roughness because the defender clearly did not like look at this. Look at this. He's just looking at Pettis and then just charges him. Like that's got to be unnecessary roughness. I would imagine anyways. He gets straight up dunked for literally no reason. And like it's a completely legal block, the one he throws right there. But this isn't incidental contact. At least it doesn't look like that. And it's straight to the numbers, like right in the back. But I don't know. Like it looks like it, James. It's like an illegal hit in the back. Because O-Town, you're totally right that he's on his way to the ball, but I think that the offensive player has a right to his space when he's standing in it. That's why I'm asking. I'm not telling because I can't say for certain, but I think he just eats a huge block to the back right here. It has to be painful, but it's an easy 3rd and 1 conversion. So let's take a look at it again, just one more time. Not the block specifically. Within this play, what I like about it is that it's like a 3rd down. So not both the tight end and ESB don't really end up in a decent place. Like I think they're supposed to try to run a route after they make their block. Pettis is the only one who really gets it right. Like if this guy didn't get blocked and had attacked down on Fields, you're trying to give Fields options to throw the ball to somebody else, and these two really aren't options. They're too close together. They don't really know where they're going. Like we can call a spade, right? Pettis, on the other hand, nails his job so hard that the play looks buttery smooth. I mean, good chip again. Fields gets 15 yards on a 3rd and 1, right? It was great, really was. But so yeah, no kidding, O-Town. That's a huge hit he had to eat from behind. But so taking a look at it from the tight angle, like I think they're looking for work too. But Fields does come out in a throwing posture. And maybe that's just for selling the run. But I don't know. I don't know. Fields is so fast that he's going to make a normal drop back look like it should be. Ace, good to see you. I bet it was a long day. Also, oh man, Ben, are you still in here? This was another one of those, am I going crazy? Because the Bears run curl flat and Fields gets the ball out. And Fields gets the ball out on time. And Fields gets the ball out to a playmaker. And he's immediately rewarded because his playmaker does this. Badass. I know, so simple, right? But Fields makes the right read because what he's reading is this linebacker. If this linebacker dives to the flat, then you throw it to the curl, right? If this linebacker sits on the curl, you throw it to the flat. And then Fields reads it, throws to the flat. Kmet turns uphill, steals his soul, and lunges for the 1st down. It's sweet. Like, busted out the hammer, Justin out the hammer, like whatever you want to say. Like, oh man, let's see. But Bears games are barely lasting 3 hours all year. What do you mean? Akusai. Like, are you saying like as in refs? Oh, like are you saying less flags equal shorter games? Help. But so he is a hard dude to take down, honestly. Like, and you know what, John? He's willing to take it as willing to give up the body. Let's see. Oh, I got you, James. Now I see. I'd missed his comment, but I love this, guys. This is quick game. This is really easy, really easy. Like Fields is operating the offense, and his playmakers are rewarding him. Like credit to Kmet for making that play look good, because it's not like Justin did anything special. I mean, this is something Trevor Siemian would do really easily, right? It's like an RPO curl flat. That easy, you know? But it's a first down, and it's a nice one. So Bears keep moving. Gotta love it. I cannot remember how they get to the 5. I just think they're about to get to the 5. Like this. Oh, man. So the same friend of mine that was talking about Claypool's mental, right? He mentioned that at some point late in games, especially athletic quarterbacks can just take a look at somebody and say, that guy's not tackling me. And like the surf that this edge has, I mean, he definitely takes like 2 steps in, but he could pretty much do whatever he wants here, right? Like with it in this moment when this guy steps in and parks it, if Fields handed it off, the coach would say, good read. And if Fields kept the ball and does what he does, he'd say, good play. So it's kind of whatever you want. You could even make the argument that against somebody like Justin Fields, surfing this way is just bad. Like, I could completely understand, just being real with you guys, that from the defensive perspective, that this surf is just unconscionable because you don't get either play. But Fields reminds him, hey, I'm an alien. Nice to meet you. And just saunters down to the 5-yard line. I mean, embarrassing dudes. Like, this is sweet. Well, we'll watch it one more time. We'll watch it from the tight angle. Just pull, almost loses his balance, regains his balance, saunters out of bounds. John, why don't they just crash down and accept the run game? Like, crash down on the, so to be clear, do you mean crash down here? Because normally crash involves going to the running back. Or do you mean crash down here, right? Because that's what they were doing earlier in the game. We did ace. But so I get you. So they were earlier in the game, and other players were like crashing down to here. My guess is that Phillips gets caught in the middle of a long drive and just reverts to habit. You got to remember that there's a lot of this stuff that it's not that they've never learned it. It's that normally when you get zone read by not Lamar Jackson, the guy's not going to bake you. I mean, why do you think Jalen Phillips respects Justin Fields? Be real about that, right? Do you think he does? Do you think that while Fields has been making crazy plays, he's been playing a lot of football. He's tackled a lot of guys that think they're mobile. You know, he just hit Dante Pettis in the back because he's salty right now. So a play like this, part of me wonders, is he just tired? Because Fields kind of makes it look like it. And like you're saying, Ben, I mean, I think it's especially crazy because he accelerates and then he just kind of just jogs it out to the end. Fields thinks about the score, but like it's crazy. Fields of Dreams with how the offense is performing. Do I think Getsy is on the HC radar? Okay, so I work in real estate. I'm a mortgage broker, right? If you're in Texas, you need a house, or a friend of yours needs a house, like let me know. I'll get him a good rate. That's how I make money in my side time, or yeah, I guess one of them's side time. That's hard to pick. But so, anyways, point is that I say that because no, I had a good. Yes. In real estate, you always have to battle stupidity. I mean, you want to win a house, right? But at the end of the day, if somebody wants to swoop in and make a stupid decision and offer 30% over asking, you're not going to win the house, right? The reason I say that is because I think it would be idiotic to hire Luke Getsy after this year. I think it would be idiotic. Next year, maybe. 3 years, definitely. But if things keep up. But this year, crazy. Dude's never been an offensive coordinator before. Like, I don't think you could go from offensive assistant to offensive coordinator for a single year to head coach and expect anything better than Nathaniel Hackett. Like, especially with literally Nathaniel Hackett coming from the Green Bay scheme and colossally failing in Denver right now. Like, that's all you got to do is take the Jeff Saturday approach. But so all this to say that, like, if somebody swoops in and makes the stupid decision, then I guess he's hired. I guess he's gone, right? But at the same time, I think the Bears have a solid another year with him, at least. I think that chances are they get 2, a la Brian Daboll. Or Brian Daboll gave 4, but we'll have to see. I can't tell how optimistic I'm being. I'm just saying that, okay, so let me put it this way. Danny Parkins, and I thought he was being ridiculous when he said this, said the Bears should fire Matt Eberflus so they can hire Luke Getsy as head coach. But so, wait, let me see. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy, MJ. But so anyways, the main reason I say all this is because, like, okay, so yeah, that whole, like, fire Matt Eberflus so that you can hire Luke Getsy as your head coach, I would not do that yet. Like, because I love Getsy, but when Getsy surpasses Flus, that's when I think you got to be worried about him becoming a head coach. Not because I would ever fire Matt Eberflus. That's just not fair, right? But it's more to say that, like, right now, Luke Getsy looks like an inspired young coordinator. If you actually think that's head coach material, I think you're nuts. I really do. I think you're nuts. Like, I think that Luke Getsy is so young that to hire him as a head coach would just be categorically insane. But there are categorically insane people out there, and that's why Jeff Saturday is head coaching right now. So we'll see. But yeah, you get what I mean. Like, the Flus, the culture god. So Elon didn't get this one, but this is this is them running the Ryan Griffin play, and it's a snipe. And can I just point out something? Because I think this is hilarious. Cole Kmet is running the route that Ryan Griffin would run. Look at how much faster Cole Kmet runs it. I'm not saying that Ryan Griffin was the problem, because you can obviously tell Fields just staples the ball to him instead of lofting the ball to any specific part in the end zone. But it is kind of funny how Ryan Griffin, like, compared, looks like he's running, or like Kmet looks like, because like you're saying, Jordan, it's not literally the same throw at all. It's just funny to me how Kmet doesn't look like he's got gravy in his shoes, right? But whatever. Who cares? It was still a miss against Washington. It's still something the quarterback has to own. But it's a nice little just dart to the end zone, easy. And like that's what I'm pointing out, Field of Dreams, is that both did run the route differently. No, Griffin wasn't coming out of the backfield. Griffin was doing the same thing. He was snatching and running. Wesco replaced him. It's that simple, I am Skox. I think they like what Wesco brings. And I think it is that simple, that they like what Wesco can do, and they probably think that Griffin kind of is made redundant by Kmet. Wesco's fun, at the very least. All right, so now it is 32-31, or 35-32. If you guys were thinking like I was, let's see. He totally did, O-Town. So it's 35-32. If you're like me, this was about where you started believing. This is where you started chuckling to yourself, saying, "Oh my gosh, the Bears are going to win this stupid game, aren't they?" And they don't. But whatever. Scored a sweet 32 points. Let's diagram the ending, shall we? So we've got double formation, split eye. It's a 2-receiver setup. Like, this is another little fun example of how they're kitting the offense to fit what Fields can do right now, and it's making them look really good. And yes, I completely agree. Audrey. It really is like they went, okay, so if you're an offense that has 4 Grant, sorry about the spoilers. It's the Notre Dame set bonus. That's why they got to draft Michael Mayer, who will just he'll hit the team with the stat boost in hand. They got to get Mike McGlinchey was a Notre Dame Fighting Irishman, wasn't he? So you bring in McGlinchey, you get Mayer, you get what other Irishman could we reasonably add, and not make it too obvious that we're building a theme team here. But all jokes aside, let's see what happens. Wouldn't surprise me if the Bears look to try to sign Elton Jenkins. That's a little free FA preview. But yeah, we got to bring Isaiah back. Hilarious. So the Bears pull Kmet into motion, push Herbert back into the split eye, and run a fake toss, which I really am into this. The formation movement is a lot of fun. Pull Kmet across so that it's not a naked boot. The only problem is that it's like a 2-route pattern. You've got the over, you've got the up, and I can't even remember which direction it goes. Oh, it's that way. It's first down, so with that in mind, Fields just plays quickly, says, all right, none of this is open. It's not open like I want it to be open anyways, and just runs forward for a couple yards and sits down. I'm into it. Again, play quick. It's quick decision making. It's quick. Get the ball in, or take the snap. Look downfield. Don't like it? Go. And it works. I even think this is completely repeatable because you have the offensive line doing run block pass action. So you get a lot of space. And then you just roll uphill, sit down. It's only a gain of 2, just based on where they marked it, but it's a gain, and you tried the passing concept. I mean, not everything's going to work. It's like a check down, basically. Next play. Is it an RPO? I always have to ask that. No, it's zone read. But they're just doing zone read on everything. Yes, you can, Grant. He really did, John. Absolutely. It's a good read. 91 stays patient. Herbert rolls forward. Nothing wild. Because the Bears kind of start grinding the clock down, which I think is not intentionally, because they have 6.5 minutes left. But it's funny watching just how much time they burn in a series that ultimately doesn't get it. This was crazy, if only because I couldn't believe that Fields actually picked this up. The passing concept is extremely meh. It looks to me like they're trying to run drive. They get the timing of it wrong. Drive looks like this, and ideally you want this guy a little ahead of this guy so that you can go 1, 2. But Harry is either slow out of the blocks, or I think it's just that he's slow, unfortunately, because they end up matched up with each other, which is not what you're aiming for. And so Fields wants to throw to one of them, can't really see Kmet super well. They're both kind of covered, so he just says, fine, I'll take it myself then, and does. It's a sweet run. Really is running in mud out of his break, Brandon. And trust me, if they're wearing a Bears uniform, I want to like them. But that does not feel very fast. And when you're running drive, you would like somebody that's a little quick. First down. Sweet move. Fields is a super athlete. Has a bazillion yards. Continues to gain a bazillion yards. Yeah, right. So this is not a great throw to the check down. I think I appreciate that the check down attempt happens at all. But so it's later in the game. They go dig route, deep post route. I don't even know what he does. Looks like out, dig, post, and covered, check down, and then the alert. Throw's bad, but the idea is good. And I guess at the end of the day, you're kind of just trying to throw the ball away anyways, but I don't want to credit him with a throwaway. That feels unfair. Gesicki would be fun. I think that'd be super fun. But so I appreciate that Fields is reading it. He's taking a look downfield, seeing what he can get. After all, the Bears do need just a couple of points. But then he takes the check down, kicks it to him, and I like checkdowns. Again, nobody's going to Canton for their checkdowns. But if Fields can play a little bit within the offensive structure, play the quick game, take your checkdowns when you need to, be a superstar when you see the opportunity, I do think that he'll fix a lot of the problems that he had earlier in the season. And as you saw today, even though yards per attempt went down because he didn't take a bazillion sacks, meaning that his yards per attempt, which usually doesn't include sacks, wasn't low or wasn't super high, it means that we got a relatively mistake-free game from Fields. That's what we all wanted, right? Next play up, basic handoff. There's a little bit of zone read in there, but here in the end of the game, I think they were trying to sneak one against a thin defensive front, but the Dolphins' defensive line is good and can honestly take on the Bears' run game with just the 4 guys up front. They're really good at football. So then, 3rd and 7, and no way the Bears get this, right? Right? I mean, no way the Bears get this, right? Yeah, you forgot who quarterback is, right? It's pretty crazy, in my opinion, just seeing what Fields is able to do. The Dolphins are in a clear man defense right here. Fields knows it. The concept they call is nothing special. It's like a curl, an in, a go. The go's kind of there, but it's really, really deep. I guess it's a deep comeback by the looks of it. It's not quite a go. So Claypool, is that Claypool or is that Pettis? That's Pettis. Pettis kind of separates, but by the time Pettis separates, Fields has already had to duck a tackle, which look at this. Come on. Come on. Fields steps through that. And like you're saying, Grant, funny thing is that when he ducks down, I think he's screened. So I watch a lot of hockey. Vision lanes are obviously key. 45 doesn't see him go where he goes, especially when 15 sits right there. Once 15 steps in front, that's over. Yeah, Brandon, it's not a great rep from Brax. Sam kind of just gets swatted around. But so as soon as Fields goes that way, 45 has lost him. I don't think he knows where he is. That's hilarious. I'd never thought about how hard it is to spy a quarterback. Because if the quarterback bends down like this, you just can't see. You can't see at all. And so 45 is just literally not even there. Does not affect the play. Fields breaks a tackle. That to me is crazy. Because Fields takes an angle. I'm almost surprised Fields didn't take a flatter angle. He takes an angle. He just doesn't think 21 is any good at football at all. This is an I think you suck kind of angle, right? Because he attacks him and just says, come on, you know you can't tackle me, scrub. Trots on out of bounds. Crazy. Yeah, 15 did that a lot, AC. They did that a lot in general. First and 10. And Ben, you're totally right that he did. The main reason, to be clear, that I was surprised he didn't take the flat angle was because I would have expected him, if he did take the flat, to try to create sort of a give and go with Cole Kmet. But instead he took the guy on himself. Because in theory, you could dump it off to your tight end so that you don't have to break a tackle. But I think on a day like today, Justin Fields was just starting to feel invincible. And you know what? He had every right to be. I mean, if there's one problem with this new type of style, oh yeah, it is Fields. Like, if there's one problem with this new style that Fields has, it's that you can't always want to run, or you will ultimately put yourself in positions where running the ball isn't the right idea. But I think Fields knows that. That said, throw this ball. Both Claypool and Harry run routes on air. Like they are not pressed at all. Fields takes a look at the safety and then a look at Harry, and Harry is open. Fields probably sees this defender, so he sees a jersey in the area, but that's open. You got to throw it. You got to throw this ball. He doesn't. He takes a sack. We're happy it's not a fumble, but if he just throws the ball, it's not like it's a touchdown. It's not nothing bananas, but like if he completes it to Harry, this guy turns, probably gets to like there, which, you know, you're just trying to get to 3 to even the game up, let alone if you can get in the end zone. Yeah, Harry Brandon does have no defenders paying attention to him whatsoever. But like you said, BGB, it's kind of a Fields throw a slant challenge at this point. It doesn't really happen often, and it's got to be an area that he's like working on, but we're also in the middle of the season. So there's a piece of this I can only imagine where Fields will work on it more during like the next bye than right now, because right now they're trying to come up with like obviously more run game stuff, obviously more install stuff, and opponent specific stuff while they're at it. This looked like an RPO to me, and I don't love the read. Now, it's not like I'm in love with the handoff either, right? But these little like bubble RPOs, these smoke RPOs, are something that I've seen plenty of quarterbacks do, right? Let me see, Marshall. You ask a good question. Let me see. He might be waiting on Mooney. But I do think that so he shifts his eyes to Harry right there within this frame. And I think if he throws pretty much right now, he'll get him. But I think he has next to no familiarity with Harry, so he doesn't actually trust where Harry's going. And I wouldn't either. That's a pretty flat slant. But I'm not trying to excuse Fields too much. He's just in a new offense with new players all the time. Constant new players. Give him 4 weeks in this offense. Let's see what happens. Like now that Claypool, now that Harry, whoever it is, whoever's playing. Like, just give him people to play with. Let him keep playing with them. But yeah, on 2nd and 15, I don't really love the RPO call in general. Like, we're on 2nd and 15 here, okay? We don't need a smoke RPO with what looks like just a zone run on the front end of it. This is kind of meek, to say the least. What do we think we're getting, right? And so the smoke doesn't work either. Defensive back does a great job coming down the hill to tackle. Look at this. Accelerates, plays it perfectly. Mooney's signature spin doesn't work. Yeah, exactly, Grant. Where's that just nice, pure second down run? That's what we're used to. But yeah, the Bears do this thing where on second down and long, they just assume that the opposing defense is just going to drop back into like milquetoast coverage, and they don't always. So, bummer. Yeah, should have gone with like. I would love to see the Bears actually try to get 15, 16 yards out, but they don't. This one totally sucks. I agree with what Harry's thoughts were after the game. Normally, when you get pressed, a 5-yard or like an out converts to a must outside release go in many cases. And so Fields, I think, expected him to break this off for a back shoulder ball, and I think he was correct in doing so because Harry did not beat him. And when you do not beat him, like when you don't have him beat, you just play it back shoulder, and now you won anyways. Goes are great that way. But I think Harry thinks he beat him because right here, the corner looks back for the ball because he's not an idiot, right? The corner knows that Fields probably wants to get yardage, but blah. Messed up. Not a great time to mess up a play. It's the kind of play that when you mess it up in the third quarter, people grouse about it and they go, whatever. But when you mess it up in the fourth quarter, or like right at the end of what would have been a thrilling comeback win, people get mad. Or at least they get sad. I get sad. But so, bummer to see. Keeps the hopes for Jalen Carter alive, I guess. But that's as good as it gets. So now it's time. Final drive. We'll just rip through them. Quick screen. Love the throw. Mooney trips. It's kind of sad, but it exists. Robert Schmitz, quote, "It exists." Yo-yo motion says zone. Fields knew the whole time he wanted to throw that thing. I bet he threw it without the laces because the ball wobbled. Let's see. We can spot the laces. No, he got the laces. How lucky. That's hilarious. Right in the hands. Boom. 2nd and 8. Time to go get a first down. Fields gets pressured. Sprints out. Who is this guy? I mean, look at how quickly some of this is. Fields sees the blitz, right? I think it's blitz. It is. 1 man extra blitz in man coverage. It says, see you later. Takes off. Grabs all the yardage that you possibly could. Bears ball on the 42. And I think this is the It series. Not certain. Handoff gets you nothing. Kudos to them for trying to stick with the run. I'm almost surprised that the Bears kept trying to run the ball, if only because it just did not go anywhere. Like they were dominating the entire time, or like the Dolphins DL dominated the entire game on the ground. I'm almost surprised that they didn't just drop back pseudo exclusively in this one, because every time they created pressure, they gave up a big gain. But whatever. Sour grapes. So then on this play, there's just nothing there. Like, obviously, you want Fields to throw it out of bounds. It doesn't take a genius to know that you need to throw it out of bounds instead of losing 2 yards. Like, don't do that to yourself. But also, 2-route combo, nobody open. Big deep dig, like a curl that turned into a bit of a swirl, and there's just no separation. Sucks, but that's sort of how that's sort of how the cookie crumbles when you don't trust your offensive line. You either get a bunch of guys and give up pressure, which, admittedly, I would almost welcome that if I was the Bears right now. Catch you soon, Marshall. We won't be going too much longer. But then 3rd and 10. This is the play that gets everybody in a tizzy. Fields spots the outside press man. Everybody stapled to the line of scrimmage. Looks down here. Can I be honest? Okay, I hate the play call a lot. I love the aggression from Fields on 3rd and I know, Marshall. Like on 3rd and freaking 10, do we really have to run a go route? I'm glad he's separated. I'm glad the throw is like catchable. Do we really need to do this? Right? Now, that said, let's talk about it. What I like, Claypool stacks. I mean, it's a very light stack, right? But Claypool stacks. Fields puts the ball in the air. Is the ball underthrown? Sure. Does the ball give Claypool a chance at making a play? Absolutely. That's all I'm looking for if I'm Fields' quarterback coach. Does Claypool get interfered with? Yes. Is it the worst interference I've ever seen? I don't know, guys. You tell me. Like, the interference that they had earlier in the game, where Claypool's right arm was being held behind him very obviously, you can't not call that. When a receiver is reaching out with one hand because he can't hold up his other hand, obviously, it's a flag. But I agree with you, Ben. Like, I don't know. Like, okay, so I'm not about to say it shouldn't have been called. It should have been called, right? It's more to say that when I see it, and these are really the only two angles we get, like, when I see this right here, I think it's hard to fight through. I'm sure it's tough. The safety really makes the play. Like, if you're looking for a call, you mostly want it from the, like, because the safety gets there almost at the same time, makes a spectacular play. Like a spectacular play. And Sir Lord, I think that's possibly true. Like, that the either way it should have been called. I mean, should have been, right? But as I know I try to say on this channel as often as I can for anybody who will listen, you can't just be good enough to beat the other team. You got to be good enough to beat the referees when they don't go your way. And so let me take one more look at just the rest of the package. It looks like Fields. Now, my guess is Fields just looks at this because he's trying to draw the safety back down here. Like, I think he's trying to just pull him, right? But he doesn't. And that's some really wonderful safety coverage. Like, love good safety play. That's some good safety play. Is that Holland? You gotta think so, right? Yeah, it is. He's a beast. Oh yeah, that's a sweet play. That is a sweet play by the safety. Who gives up the pressure? Herbert and Jenkins. You know, not a great game from Jenkins. Not really. Like, not what you're looking for, to get slapped on the head and then almost get, like, blowed up. I don't know, Field. I feel like Javon Holland did do something. 3rd and 10, you get up there to break up the play. You're not looking at whether or not the guy interfered. You're just following the ball. And, like, had he not been interfered with, that would have been a tough catch because that safety's right on top of him. Whew. But see, now this is the play that, as a Bears fan, this is the one I'm twisted up, right? Yeah, no, exactly, Fields. But so, let's see. Probably, I think last year, I think this one was worse because the PI call is a little more obvious. All right, so JT O'Sullivan and I think we disagree, right? Because he wants Fields to step up, and so it's like this. They ran this one earlier, like a bang post, and then like an over, right? And Sullivan wants him to step up and then throw over here. He set the quarterback rushing record for a game. I fully expect him to roll out of this pocket. Like, no problem. I've got no problem with it. Like, it's the 4th quarter. You dance with who brought you. I get it. When Fields is more experienced, we can ask him to step up and throw this. But we can't right now. Like, I don't think him stepping up, resettling in a pocket he doesn't trust and delivering a strike is just on the menu right now. When it is, I'm going to freak out, you know, because that would be the mark of some really, really outstanding quarterbacking. But I'll go with the Vic Fangio way of saying it. If you're going to deviate, so if he's going to roll out, you just got to make a play. And spoiler alert, let's just skip to the part where you can actually see this. Rolls out, finds ESB, make the play. Play made, right? I mean, to me, this is a no-doubter. It's a missile. It goes straight to where he wants it. ESB is the only one involved. If anything, it's not talked about just how good this throw is, because 25 has no chance at it. It's ESB and the ball is too much. But, like, that is actually a super dirty throw. Like, 4th and 10, for crying out loud. Rolling to your right. Flicking it. Perfect spiral. Like, dead-eyeing your dude in the hands. Now that is awesome. And it is not converted. Sucks. But ESB joins ISM and Velus Jones as Tank Kings, I guess. And that is kind of that. But yeah, it does feel that way. Let's see. Cody is barely engaged. What is this? I like it. I think +2 passing, +7 running makes a lot of sense. I think there are a lot of great running plays, John, within that. And not a ton of like bad ones either. But it's a good game overall. Let's see. Cody's barely engaged when he decides to pull it down. I don't think the set and throw diagnosis is as clear as JT has it. Let's see. I also think this pocket's been giving Justin Fields trouble all day long. I also think that Grant, there's no reason to think that for the first time all game, the spy is actually going to play Fields appropriately. So I really don't blame Fields for taking off. The dude set the rushing record. But the fact that he stepped up, rolled out, and just spun the ball, found his guy downfield, right? Okay, can we be real? Like, let's put it this way. Fields' eyes don't actually come down, right? Like, Fields' eyes stay down the field, even though he's been killing them with his legs, you know? He's not thinking foot race to the sidelines. He's thinking, okay, let me just dart this thing. That's sweet. That's really nice. And so it's exciting. It was an exciting game for Fields overall. I think you saw the himness. Easily the Bears. I mean, Fields, that's not even guff. Like, especially with the injuries that the Packers have right now and after the Claypool trade, like, the Bears receivers are clearly better than the Packers receivers. And I don't think that that's really a contest. The Packers and the Bears are in very different places right now. The Bears are on the up. The Packers, I cannot wait to play them later. Let's put it this way. Like, did y'all know? Like we talked about earlier in the season, there's never been a Bears head coach that has lost the Packers twice. As fate would have it, the Packers look awful. Like, as fate would have it, the Packers look horrible for our second meetup. So, hopefully, trends hold. I am not contractually obligated, but let's pretend that I am, to put the defense on. So, I'll put the defense on for a little bit. But I don't know if either of those guys would have caught that, because I don't know if they would have been open. I legit don't know. But so, let's see. Which hold on Justin Jones? We're not going to, I don't know. I don't have the heart in some of these cases to like really break the defense down, because we're just looking for any surprises out of 45 and 57 at this point. Like, we're basically watching we're watching for instinct. We're watching for what can you do. I actually really like this from Sanborn. I mean, you want to see something funny? Look at Sanborn get through an offensive lineman and hit the running back immediately. Sanborn is obviously not a superstar, and he's not going to be paid $20 million. We've got no qualms about that. But it is hilarious on the first play of the game with Roquan gone, literally seeing the guy do better. Brandon, I agree. Velus, a healthy scratch hurts me. Could be having playbook issues. We don't really know. But so the Bears were quite honest in their coverages. I mean, it's got to be pretty easy, don't you think? When 45 understands that he's got this right there, and just zoom. Tua's really good, honestly. I would say, Joe, the biggest defensive problem is defensive line play in general. Sure, pass rush is like the biggest issue, but I would probably focus on the 3-tech and the 3-tech and the nose tackle just as well as the edge rusher. Like it's all of them. They're all bad. Did I watch Roquan play? Yes, I did. He looked really good. Like, I don't value the linebacker position at $20 million. The biggest issue that you guys have heard me have. Like, okay, it makes it worse. Can I be plain? Like, it makes it worse that I was talking about the Roquan thing in most cases. Yeah, no, I don't blame you, O-Town. Catch you soon. But so it makes it sound like I hate the guy for crying out loud when we would talk about how Roquan was struggling, because even if he was playing well, I would have told you that I didn't want to pay him $20 million, right? And so when he was playing poorly, like within a relatively basic scheme, then it was really easy to say that he wasn't worth $20 million. And so the fact that he got shifted to a scheme where he's got a little bit more familiarity and he's got a little more beef up front to protect him, good for him. Good for him. I still don't think he's an $100 million kind of guy. But Roquan or Brandon, do you mean Sanborn? But I don't know. Roquan's a funny one. I'm actually glad he's not on the roster, if only because I think that he was a problem that didn't have a lot of good answers, right? That it was either pay him or like let him leave. And I get you, HEC, but the argument would be, okay, so let me give you a stupid one, right? Like a stupid example. So you draft Clinton Farrell, number 4 overall, right? Just because you drafted him 4 overall, does that mean he's worth the pick? According to the way he worked out, it does not. So I hear you, but I would phrase it as an inside linebacker got traded for a 2 and a 5. It's really not that bad. Like, an inside linebacker, for crying out loud. Not a top 5 inside linebacker. Hot take. Somewhere between 6 and 8, probably. Maybe 5, if you really want to stretch it. But he did. He made enough noise, but I can't believe AC that they got a second for him. Like, I'm actually more with John, where I think that they caught the Ravens with for pretty good value. Yeah, exactly, Brandon. ILB for Mapletron. Yeah, and we figured he wasn't going to sign. Exactly. Man. Tell you what. Everybody wants to make fun because, we all love Justin Fields, as we should. Like everybody that I've seen on Twitter really wants to make like Tua a bad quarterback. Tua gets this offense. Like, no, HGC, not quite literally, but it's more that because they traded for Roquan, they got a second-round pick, and they traded their second-round pick. Let's see. What is Vildor doing? Is that Vildor? You talking 36? Because that just looked like cover 2. I think Vildor might be hurt. Right? What is Vildor doing? Is Vildor playing slot? Oh. You know, I bet, Ben, that they tried to have a pseudo nickel lineup against these guys. It's so funny. Why did I believe that when Clay Harbor tweeted out that the Bears ran a basic scheme, that he would be correct? Because this actually isn't basic at all. This is like a weird dime where you've got your outside corner on the inside, your inside corner on the outside, and Vildor playing a pseudo linebacker spot. This is like Madden. Like, this is like subbing a CB in for a linebacker in Madden. And Vildor just, honestly, that actually makes this throw even better, because Vildor is sitting in the standard passing lane, right? So Tua's going to put a little bit more air on it and let his guy run under it. And he has to take a bump. But it's really pretty nice. Is headquarters AC? It looks to me like 2. Like, the inside is what's different, because he and him are occupying 2 of the zones, like within standard cover 2. So you've got your 5 zone like pattern right there. But let's see, his depth is I can't say his depth is correct. I'm not teaching this defense, right? Especially since he's dropping off the line. Like, this linebacker has the luxury, Nick Morrow, of getting to his depth from this spot, whereas Vildor has to basically watch the receiver. So I mean, to give Alan Williams some credit, he's playing against 2 of the scariest receivers in the NFL. I have a feeling he's just trying stuff. Like, look at all the pass rush the Bears are able to generate on this kind of play, right? Like, look at all that pass rush, you know. Let's take another look. Sorry to make fun of these guys, but like, look at all this pass rush. They chipped Travis Gibson. That's got to feel like kind of a compliment for Gibson. But AQM, I mean, come on, bro. Right? I'm 5'5". I'm not gonna come on, bro, many people. But like, Al-Qadim Muhammad is completely unthreatening as an edge rusher. Justin Jones doesn't do nothing. A rookie looks like a rookie. 91 right here. 68. Like, Undertaker chokeholds him. Look at that. Boom. Choke slam! Choke slam! Beautiful pass. Honestly. I came away with a lot to like about what Tua did. He's boring and really good at all the little stuff. Like, definitely not a sexy player. Not a Justin Fields. Right now, Justin Fields is like all sexy and still working on the other stuff, right? But I mean, you're exactly right, Brandon. There's not really any amount of running games on the line that's going to make this better. This felt weird, I will say. If only because, like, so Vildor's going to jet down. Vildor's in good position. It makes me sad that this is considered bad defense, because this is just the shite throw equals DPI. Like, it's a call that's been there since the dawn of time. First there were the dinosaurs, and then there was underthrowing the ball for DPI. But it makes me sad that this is it makes me sad that the corner basically can be at a full sprint, right? and have to. Breeze had a legit deep ball. Brandon, watch your mouth. Like, especially when he was younger. But so Vildor's in a full sprint trying to keep pace with the guy, and then the receiver just stops on him and tries to come back for the ball. And I mean, Hill puts a good show on it, you know? Like, it's not as if Hill doesn't make it sure look like it's PI, but yeah, that's an issue. Ball at the one immediately. I don't know how you're supposed to stop these guys. I would love to try to sit down and really put some effort into cooking up a plan. Nobody's asking me, so I don't have something off the top of my head, but like the Dolphins was a defense, or it was an offense that whenever they weren't scoring, I was always sitting there wondering why. Like they put up 17 points last week, and I was like, how? They are so good. Like basically when Tua plays well, they look awesome. I think the only problem that they have is offensive line. Like the more that I really thought about it, like this was the worst kind of game for the Bears because the Bears just don't have the toolkit to make anything hard for Tua. But so what kind of game? AC. Oh, football. Yeah, I gotcha. HEC, I don't disagree with Herbert. Okay, you know what? What if I said, like, I hear you, but I'm starting to think that stuff just doesn't really matter. Like, quarterback rankings are great and all, but both quarterbacks look really good. And I mean, Tua looks really good. Like, would the Dolphins trade Tua for Herbert? Probably, I guess. Like, they probably, like, if they could in the offseason, they sure might make that trade. But at the same time, in McDaniel's offense right now, they look awesome. Like, this is fun. This is great. This is plenty. I mean, Tua's operating this thing on time, and he's built just about instant chemistry with his receivers. And can I say, because I thought it was ridiculous when he first said it, like, look at this throw. Look at this. You remember when Tyreek Hill got blasted for saying Tua's more accurate? Look at this. This is a snipe. Jalen, to be fair, like, this is just a beautiful honey hole shot. Oh, man. Bullets, I don't know if it works that way. Like, I do hear you. You are technically correct. But I also think that changes the scoreline a lot. I mean, I don't think it's as simple as saying the rest of the game happens exactly the way it would have. I think Tua played really well. Like, he scored 28 points without trying too hard, especially in the early part. Tyreek Hill does a great job here. It's not to say, like, I don't know. I don't like doing that stuff. But I get what you mean. That, like, the Bears outscored the Dolphins offense. Totally right. But so, let me see. Somebody mentioned, how much do I think this game was Tua elevating the offense versus Hill and Waddle? BG, let me put it this way. The more I watch Justin Fields, the more I watch early Josh Allen, the more I watch even some of early Justin Herbert, the more I realize that if your offensive scheme is phenomenal, there are some quarterbacks out there, you know what? Trey Lance kind of applies to this, unfortunately, that the quarterback can hold the scheme back, right? And McDaniel's scheme is fabulous. Like, they do some really great things. And so I don't know if Tua's elevating anything, but he is running the scheme fully. And I think that is hard enough, especially in year one of the install. Like, it's not, I found nothing to be frustrated with Tua about. I mean, there were some throws there at the end of the game where I was like, come on, man, you can do better than that. And the deep balls are just like kind of goofy, right? But because they're so short. They're so short. So much. But he's a distributor. He's getting the ball where it needs to be, when it needs to be there. He's playing right on time, and he managed to do it in like an off season, which I think is hard. And so from there, like, it's Tua and Waddle. It's the Tua and Waddle show, plus Raheem Mostert. But man, they just didn't really make mistakes early in the game. Not really. Which I think deserves a lot of credit. It's simple, right? It's not swaggy. It doesn't look superstardom, but he's posterizing people. He's making really good decisions. I mean, he really is. Exactly, Brandon. Not to mention Burrow. Burrow had a couple of those, like, you know what on the table moments. But, like, look at this. Ooh. Look at when Tua starts to wind up. This is the stuff we want Fields to do. But, like, check this out. Check this out. Because, like, this is what matters. So, this is Tua beginning his wind up, right? And this throw. Let me go back to the defensive one. This throw, same freeze frame, is going to dip behind this linebacker that's sinking back, right? So he's winding up before the guy has ever, before the guy has crossed the linebacker's back and then paints it behind his other side. When I'm talking about Tua playing well, it's this crazy anticipation throw to hit him right in the spot so that he doesn't have to make a 40-yard throw, right? And so that Jalen Waddle doesn't outrun where he needs to be. Always helps that Eddie Jackson, like, spills. Like, Eddie Jackson is going to fall on this play. I don't think Jackson would have actually made any real, like, difference on this. But it's really nice. Haplo, exactly. But yeah, that's some really nice anticipation. And it's right in stride. I mean, normally, BG, in my experience, players don't play with that kind of anticipation early. Like, it's hard to get that in your first year in an offense. Whew. There's a big step up from where Tua was in the league. Yeah, HEC, that was Tressman. You got it. And it was rough. It's rough times. This is his third year, Ben. It's his first year in the new offense. But he's definitely balling. And not all of it has to be on him. Like, as you guys can see, they're starting with these, like, little drive starters. And then, on second and down, they'll break out some kind of passing concept. It just make it look easy. You know, or they can run the ball. How funny. How funny. So, let me see. I do think that bullets and who's the one who mentioned not blitzing? Like, because somebody mentioned Alan Williams not blitzing. I don't think blitzing's always an answer, especially when you don't install a lot of blitzes. Okay, look, here's the really simple way to put it, right? You go into camp, you decide what team you're gonna be, right? Hey, we're gonna be a heavy pattern match zone team. We're gonna be a heavy blitz team. We're going to be a heavy man coverage team. We're going to be a man blitz team. We're going to change what we do. We're going to run a lot of games up front. We're not going to run a lot of games up front. We're going to be really sound with gap integrity. Like, absolutely, Terrence, good game. But so in camp, you decide what kind of team you're going to be. You can't just pivot the identity in the middle of the year, as much as I would love for them to. Like, the Bears are a 4-down lineman, gap integrity, pass rush. Like, that's what they do. And when they had Roquan, occasionally they blitzed him, especially near the end of his tenure in Chicago. And that was sweet. Don't get me wrong. But it's like, yeah, like, there's only so much that the Bears, there's only so much that Alan Williams is not going to be able to do. I'm not about to make it sound like Alan Williams is the best defensive coordinator. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to cape too hard for Alan Williams. What I am trying to tell you is that this is the defense that Flus ran in Indianapolis. Like, this is their defense. They're not going to switch to Todd Bowles' defense over a week because nobody has any experience playing that. And when you don't have experience, you play slow. When you play slow in the NFL, you lose. You lose even harder than what the Bears are doing. And so it's weird. Like, I completely get all the conversation surrounding, like, the Bears need to be more aggressive. I'm with you. I want to see the mug fronts that they were doing. I want to see more of these, like, coverage switches that they're trying at different times. Looks like here they trotted out a man look. They actually are going to get Tua to check the ball down. Like, these Gesicki and looks like Waddle don't get open. Like, and so he has to check it down. That's a win for the Bears on second down. They force a third down. All right. Oh, gotta love it. But it's gonna be like some time before the Bears defense. Oh boy, was that a very clear offsides? It sure looked like it to me. Very clear. Haplo, I would say he's Minshew. He can throw slightly farther, and he throws with more anticipation. Joe, you do, but at the same time, I think that, frankly, the defense is, let me put it this way, Joe. I think the defense is a lot more talented, or a lot less talented than they have shown this year. I think the performances that they've had against some of their teams are amazing enough. I mean, honestly, even just like grinding down Washington like they did was an accomplishment because they are not a good defense. There's Eddie having to play goalie again. Let me see. A fear on Chicago radio is that Getsy gets an HC job next year and that things go off the rails. I mean, that's possible, but I also think that Chicago radio was talking about drafting a quarterback a couple weeks ago, and that Chicago radio needs to calm down. Like, I get you, but the offense to anybody who goes to the film right now, the offense that Getsy has some sweet stuff going on in the run game, and the passing game is surprisingly uninspired. That's fine, right? They're still workshopping it. I think it'll be a little while before he's at HC level. That's just my opinion. But I just don't think so. Or like, I just don't think it's a real threat. Look at them trying to get DHC into the dimebacker role. Y'all, we got like this drive. And as much as I would throw or more tape up there and we could all watch it together, I'm exhausted. And I can feel myself fading. Look at that. Bears create pressure. They force an incompletion. What a concept. Let's see who gets through. Is it 91? Because it sure is an AQM, right? Yes, it is. Look at 91. Splits the offensive line. Forces Tua up. Blackson gets hands on him. Boom. Censored. I love the conclusion drawing. Oh man, that is so pretty. It's so funny to see you guys talking about the thank you, AKS. I really appreciate that. You're the man. But so HEC, before you go that far, you got to remember that the week before that they gave up 14 to New England. So there's some yes but no. Like, I do think that Sanborn is a better fit for the system. I mean that completely seriously. I think Sanborn is a better fit for the system than Roquan Smith. I also think that this is a burn the tape game because not every offense on your schedule has a Hill, a Tyreek Hill, and a Jalen Waddle. And if you are trying to compete, your defensive line is better than this. But so I gotta say, it's funny we're talking about Tua underthrows. Check out how just sweet. So first of all, I love that the Dolphins go to bunch to try to get Hill a relatively free release. He takes it, says goodbye. Look at that. Look at how well run that pick is. Bears could literally learn a thing or two because Gesicki sets a really solid pick and Hill slips under it beautifully. Look at this. Look at that. And then see ya. Like the burst Hill has is nonsense. But look at this. When does Tua start to throw? Now. So he's turned up field. This is all practice. This is not an underthrow. I mean, I guess he has to stop for it a little bit, right? But in the world of quarterbacking, this is plenty. That is nice. That is really nice. 76 was hit and miss, censored. I don't want to steal your, I don't want to steal the thunder. I get the passion. I'm not trying to find, I'm not trying to battle necessarily. But there was a lot of moments where, 76 was the problem in pass protection. Vlad, that's just what we do here. Like you're saying, during the bye week, let's do some 49ers, I guess. I don't know. 49ers are such a funny team, aren't they? But they didn't lose the bye, so that's funny. Was there a little meow? Did you meow, Cosmo? Do I think the defense will catch on to the offense next year like 2018 or 2019? I don't think so. Personally, I think that right now the offense has a lot to evolve from instead of necessarily just being a bunch of smoke and mirrors, especially because Justin Fields is bringing legit edges to the field that I don't think Mitch really brought. I'll tell you what, Ben. It might have been Grant. Morrow's not an amazing linebacker. I don't know how many linebackers, Smith included, are going to really look good behind this defensive line. I mean, it is like hang linebackers out to dry city. Because I see little plays like that with Morrow, and I'm like, hey, as long as he stays cheap, that's a play. That's a play you like. And so I'm sure the Bears will look elsewhere for linebacker help. I'm sure they will. But still, makes me wonder. Let's see. You gotta love a good drop. Haplo, I thought his debut was fine. I'm happy for him. I think he looks like Roquan Smith. I think Roquan Smith is a player that needs to be protected by his defensive line. And when he is, he can make some real plays for you. I think the Ravens have put themselves in a position where they have to extend him. Why did you trade for him if you're not going to extend him? And I still think that they're going to end up regretting the contract. But I'm also a real hater when it comes to what I want my $15 million, $20 million linebacker to be. Goodness gracious. I forgot about this play. That was nasty. Who are the two that got back there? Well, the Ravens are barely paying him for now, but then theoretically somebody has to pay him. Okay, so it's Gibson and AQM a little bit. Now, censored. I kind of hear you, but I will point out, as somebody who doesn't live in Chicago, and therefore I don't hate LeBron James necessarily. If Roquan can be LeBron, that would be a hell of an accomplishment in the world of a football comparison. But I think you know what I mean. Haplo, the problem is that if Roquan was a game wrecker, there were a lot of other players that were also qualifying as game wreckers. I thought Danny Trevathan had a fabulous year in 2018. The whole defensive line was awesome. Eddie Jackson was a legit DPOY candidate. Prince Amukamura and Kyle Fuller individually played super good ball. Like, there's so many players on that 2018 defense that were just phenomenal. That while Roquan Smith was good, can you qualify as a game wrecker if you're the fifth best guy in your defense, best case scenario? Like, was there any world in which Roquan wasn't, without a doubt, underneath Eddie, in no particular order, Eddie, Mac, Hicks? I would put DT. Like, I really thought Trevathan was just amazing. Did a really, really good job in 2018 of like seeing out zone coverages, leading coverage from the front, being a hitter in like a lot of zone runs. Like, it's not that Roquan wasn't good for a great play. Okay, here's the comparison. Levante David and Devin White, where like Trevathan was that Levante David, the steady, the play-to-play linebacker, the guy who was like doing everything, so to speak. Roquan was Devin White, the splash play guy. Let's see. Did I cover the BSPI on Eddie? No, censored. We haven't yet. I don't know if I'm going to actually make it to that, but it was, I may fast forward to try to find it because that one just made me sad. I understood why they called it, but given that they called it, it was weird to me that they then didn't call the one on Claypool, but that's how it goes, right? Let's see, the top tier free agents, Nelson, Brown, Davenport, Ebukewa. I think that there's a lot of these that I think there's let's cover this one. I think those are all good players. I think it's gonna matter who gets to free agency. Like, we'll have to see who gets there. I think the other moves that get made around the landscape may change the math a little bit. I would love to have Davenport. I think it won't surprise me if they go Elton Jenkins instead of what's his name? Orlando Brown. If only because Elton Jenkins is a lot more mobile. Quentin Nelson would be interesting. I wonder if they'll go value play at guard, like whatever that looks like, because they may keep Whitehair unless Whitehair plays like he did today continually, because today was awful. So I know they mentioned that they wanted Brisker to attack down. I don't know. Like, I want to be as fair as possible. I really do. Brisker getting over the top of Gesicki here, that's what I would want him to be doing. That's his job. And then Eddie isn't really supposed to be backfilling, so to speak. The middle of the field's just relatively vulnerable in cover 2. I don't know. It's just a bad play. And yeah, exactly, Ben. Like, Waddle cuts like crazy to get to this ball, attacks it so the Brisker can't close on it. It does kind of look like that one's on Eddie, but Eddie would have needed to see Waddle and understand that there's nothing to do in his zone. It actually looks like he tries to. Like, he just gets caught. And Waddle's ridiculously fast. Wow. Censored Brisker was over the top. Like, Brisker was on Gesicki. Because, yeah, you're right. He was sleeping a little bit. But also, it was a really nice, like, Tua does a good job of playing off of one guy and then hitting the other. Yes, Ben. 100%. Let's see. Why wasn't the Miami touchdown where Morrow got picked in coverage a penalty? Wasn't that a pick play? I don't know. Let's see. Which one? There were just so many Miami touchdowns, you know? It's a joke. Kind of. Is this the one? Yes. It's so to answer your question, it's because Gesicki picks him with his own guy. So it's a pick play, right? But technically Gesicki just runs a route. He picks him with a bear. And when you pick him with Brisker, then I mean, who cares? Like, once you get these guys banging into each other, then I mean, it's fine. Legal. 100%. No problem. Gee, I think we all do, honestly. That we, like, the D is majorly passive, but it's been passive. I mean, this has been a criticism that I think a lot of us have had, where, like, the defense is kind of boring, you know? Like, not trying to be, mean, but especially when the defense doesn't have horses, so to speak, to play with, they're not super good. And that's fine, right? But it's definitely nothing, I don't know. I don't want to say it's nothing special, but when you don't have anybody on the defensive line, it's definitely not, the Bears aren't going to do much to dial up pressure, especially if they think, like they did in this game, that if they dial up pressure, the quarterback's just going to kill them, which I think they were really worried about. Let's see. Where's the Eddie play? Has to be this one, right? Can't believe Tua throws this, and I don't think Eddie can believe Tua throws this. So, I don't know. I get where the NFL would come from. That like, you don't want people colliding down the field. But Eddie turns back for the ball there. As soon as Eddie turns back for the ball and finds it, he's got every right to his space. Waddle does a really good job making a play to the football. But it's not like Eddie's doing anything wrong. He's competing for the ball just as well. Like, this is fine. I think. I don't think this is DPI. But that's just me. Like, obviously I'm a big Eddie Jackson fan, but to me, if you're looking back for the ball, like, you're playing the ball, any contact is incidental, and the incidental contact is like, it's just something that it shouldn't be the offense shouldn't be rewarded for the defender playing the ball. I don't see how it is either. I don't know if it's quite OPI either censored, because to me it would only be OPI if Eddie was actually, like, trying to get the football, which he is, but he isn't, like, in the process of trying to get the football. But the wide receiver did instigate the contact. I would just let it go. Like, to me, this is incidental contact downfield. It's not a penalty. You asked earlier what I think of the grounding calls. I think there needs to be 2 groundings. Like, I think there needs to be a 5-yard grounding and a 10-yard grounding as exists. And I think they should call the 5-yard grounding a lot more. I think these are NFL quarterbacks. I think they can make a throw to hit a guy in the knees. But that's just me. Like, I think it's just weird that I really, really think it's just strange that for some reason we ask some of the best athletes in the world to just throw it, somewhere, 5 yards ish beneath, like, or near a player. And I'm with you. Like, it's not that I'm trying to pretend that I like it when my quarterback does it. I just think it's really boring, if I can be honest. Like, I think it's dull, and it takes excitement away from the game when the defender has a quarterback in their arms and the quarterback just dunks it into the ground. I think that is a huge letdown, and air comes out of the stadium, and tension disappears when the quarterback can just dunk the ball on the ground. It's boring, and I don't like it. So I would like it to be changed, personally. But I don't know if I'll actually get it. Like, because I agree with you. Like, this whole rule to me, Audrey, only applies if they're in the tackle box. If you're out of the tackle box, do whatever you want, you know? And if they're obviously throwing to a receiver, and they really are throwing to a receiver, whatever. I literally would rather the play have to be that you have to throw it to where the receiver can bat it down if you're intentionally grounding it, so that the receiver at least has to make an attempt on the ball. But I'm nuts. And probably nobody agrees with me. And that's fine. But I would almost rather catch the, of course, HEC, see you next week. I would almost rather force the offensive player into a position where they had to actually work to ground the ball than, or compared to what we have now. But so, I don't actually know, Brandon. Probably would be, but I agree with you, Censored. Like, it's gotta be, like, you have to at least be turned back for the ball, but whatever. And he makes another sweet tackle. God, how many of these is he gonna make this year? This is just a stupid tackle. How does he get Jeff Wilson like this? Great job. And then Sanborn. Forcing him to pick a lane. Scrape over the top. Get through. This kid is playing ball. That's Raheem Mostert. He's really fast. Sanborn looking not slow. That's for sure. I need to watch the tape again so that I can get a feel for Sanborn in coverage. I mean, this might be your super typical, like, UDFA super stud linebacker. They happen all the time. I agree, Iceberg. It's plenty to overcome. Thankfully, it's the right year to get wrecked by the refs. Because if the Bears weren't wrecked by the refs, they could be in the playoff hunt. Well, they might be in the playoff hunt anyways. I mean, so it is tradition for us to end with an overly optimistic take on the Bears and their potential playoffs. But all the same, yeah, this throw was garbage. Let me see. That is ridiculous. I'm with you, Haplo. I think that ultimately, okay, so I think it's weird. Let's go Chicago Bears schedule. So I don't think they need to tank. I've kind of gotten, I don't know, I wouldn't call it anti-tank over the last little while, but I would say that I would say, Haplo, that, like, I think that the more that you lose, the harder it is to build a winning culture. And I think that that matters. Let's get one more like. I'm seeing us at 99. But I think you need a mix of both, right? I don't think you can lose all of the games or you become a team that steals defeat from victory, right? But let's look at this. Okay. Bears, Lions. Bears, Falcons. Bears, Jets. Bears, Packers. Bears, Lions. Bears, Bills. And then Case / the rest of the chat. Thank you, Case. Case, I am calling on your intuition. Is Josh Allen going to be shut down for the season and therefore not play the Bears? Because if the Bears faced Case Keenum, I do think that game might be different. Because Haplo, all I know is that he's got a UCL strain. But Josh, Josh has a UCL issue, and it remains to be seen. Let's see. Yeah, Josh has a UCL issue, and it remains to be seen how bad it is. They don't know. Like, they're really being cautious about it, and frankly, pretty coy. Like, they've stated that it's a strain, but we really don't know. And Haplo, I hear you. Like, about like Keenum is still good enough to win games, but what I'm circling are not Bears wins. I'm circling games that the Bears it does, Derek, doesn't it? And yes, it is censored. But so what I'm circling here are games that the Bears have a real shot at winning. It can be that simple. And it includes the Vikings because it's the magic week 18. Well, the Vikings may not care, right? And so if the Vikings don't care, the Bears may get the Vikings chumps. And it may be a somewhat free win. So in theory, if you just pick up 6 out of 7, right? If the Bears went on a streak here at the end of the season and they picked up the Lions game, they picked up the Falcons game, they lost to the Jets, they picked up the Packers game, they get smoked by the Eagles, they somehow beat the Bills, they beat the Lions, and then they beat the Vikings. We're looking at 9-8 in a year where 8 and 9 might make the playoffs. Like, we need to look at the standings, I guess, but let's see here. Like, with the Bears at 3-6, let's see, 4-4, they'll probably all make it. Let's see. So you got, it's the 7 seed. The 7 seed's gonna be a mess. Like, you got 1, 2. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one of these group has to make it. I'm not seeding them, to be clear. Like, I'm more counting playoff teams. So that means, I guess the rest of the folks you have in the hunt are technically the Commanders, the Niners, the Bears, the Packers. I'll include the Lions because I'm nice. And then I guess, like, the Saints, the Falcons, technically. The NFC is a mess. It's a complete mess. And it's especially going to remain a mess if the Cowboys and the Giants start losing, which, who's to say they will? Probably won't, right? I guess the Rams, but if I have to include the Rams easy, then I literally might as well just blanket include everybody. I mean, this whole thing still needs to shake out. And like you're saying, whoever said it, like, they don't care so long as we drop 50 on the Packers. I agree. Like, it's more to point out that within this Bears schedule, I mean, like, can we beat Jared Goff without pressuring the passer? I don't know. I really don't. I'm not going to pretend I do. Can we beat Marcus Mariota without pressuring the passer? I think so. But I don't know. Their offense has been kind of fun. Like, can we beat the Jets defense? Well, we've beaten every other defense. Like, we're just struggling against their offenses, and those guys are juiced. Like, I don't think the Bears can make the playoffs. But with let me put it this way. With Justin Fields playing like he did on Sunday, nothing's impossible. Because I don't see how they lose all the rest of their games. And I don't think they have to go into tank mode for that. But it's weird. Because who's to say what any of these standings are going to look like? But some 7 teams are going to make the playoffs. We'll have to see what happens. But until then, folks, defense looked relatively bad But what's new? Justin Fields was super fun. I'll try to make sure the stream is ever so slightly more efficient for next one, because I do think this one rambled a little bit. We have a good time. I'm not trying to shorten things. It's not like I'm trying to take anything away. It's more like I do think taking longer to get through the offense than the offense was on the field, or frankly the entire game took to play out with commercials, is belaboring things. Perfect. But you guys have a great rest of your night, and bear down, and thanks so much for bearing with me. Y'all are the best. Keep supporting the channel. Keep liking the channel. Tell us what you want to see more of. We'll let you know what we can do, and we will try to do it. It can be that simple. And you guys have, like I said, a great rest of your night. You're the best. And go Bears. Sleep